The Commission for Independent Education has changed the way schools will participate remotely in meetings. Moving forward, CIE will be using Zoom Webinar, and there are a few differences to be aware of. The first process to be aware of is registration. When you click on the invitation link on CIE's homepage, you will be taken to a registration page. This page has 5 questions that must be filled in: first name, last name, email, confirmation of your email, and organization name. After you register, you will receive an email that includes the Zoom link to access the webinar. Please do not share this link, as it will only work with one device per registrant. If you have multiple people calling in, they should all register individually. On the day of the meeting, we advise you to have only one device in the room. Multiple devices in the same room can lead to audio problems that make it difficult for the commissioners to hear you and for you to hear them. If you have multiple people from your team on the call, they should all be in separate locations. When the meeting starts, all of the schools will be listed as attendees. Attendees cannot display their video camera and cannot turn on their microphone unless asked to do so by a moderator. But attendees can ask questions using the Q&A feature. Please note, questions are displayed publicly, so do not put any sensitive or private information in the Q&A. During the meeting, when your school is recognized, you will need to raise your digital hand, which will help moderators find you in the list of attendees logged into the meeting. When this happens, you will be asked to unmute your microphone. Once you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak. If you call in using a phone instead of a computer, you can raise your digital hand by pressing *9 and unmute yourself by pressing *6. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order, and I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chair Stefano.
Good morning, everyone. This is the Commission for Independent Education, and I am Commissioner Troy Stefano. Today is March 28th, 2025. Ms. Hood, can I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Stefano.
Present.
Commissioner Williams.
Present.
Commissioner Cross.
Present.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis. Commissioner Caballero.
Present.
Commissioner Batista.
Present.
Thank you. It's now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
and to the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and
justice for all. Well, thank you for joining us this morning. As we heard during the video at the beginning, there are 2 call options. If you have any questions with regard to the call options, you can message in the online message feature. So thank you everyone for joining us today, and welcome. Due to this meeting's virtual format, we will forego the introduction of visitors. We ask that any individual speaking with the Commission on behalf of an institution to please state your full name and relation with the school. And before we jump into our first section, I just want to ask for apologies. My voice is raspy here. I'm fighting a cold, and I serve as the assistant coach for my son's travel basketball team. And since they did not play very well at their last tournament, I lost my voice yelling at them. So without further ado, we will go to Section 12, non-degree institutional licensure issues. Section A on the agenda is for institutions ordered to appear back before the Commission. There is one institution in this section, there's anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand and unmute yourself.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Calkins. I'm the CEO of Codebox Technology Corporation.
Thank you for being here with us.
Yes, sir.
So have you seen the staff recommendation regarding accepting the financial progress report?
Yes, we have.
There seems to be some improvement here. You'd like to give us just a little bit about how things are going, and perhaps you can give us a summary update on where things are up to the present, since we get slightly delayed or lagged information.
Sure, yes. Thank you for the opportunity. So we're focusing on increasing our student enrollment in a number of different ways. We last year launched a Artificial Intelligence for Developers program, which is the second major program that we offer. And we just started our first cohort of that course in January. That's going well. And we've just started another cohort of our full stack development program, which was our primary program, in March, and have another one coming up in May. And then externally, besides individual students, we're developing some really good relationships in the local area. In January, we were selected by the Tampa Bay Innovation Center and St. Pete College to offer an AI course for their people. And the first cohort of that is underway. Also at the Pradeep Patel Institute of the Hillsborough Community College, we've just offered a short course there on digital entrepreneurship, which is a modular short course for their students. So I think things are going well. We continue to, as I said, find places to be offered besides our own campus in St. Pete. We also continue to work with the Career Source organizations in Hillsborough, Pinellas, and the Suncoast office, and we've just recently reached out here in Southern Florida to the Palm Beach County Career Source and the Broward County office, and we're starting to give them the information needed to attract students from their areas for workforce development. So that's a summary.
Fantastic, thank you. Commissioners, is there any discussion? All right, hearing none. I'll just quickly comment. Kudos on these degree programs. They'll be increasingly necessary and timely in the coming years. Can I have a motion to adopt a staff recommendation?
Second.
First and seconded. Is there any public comment on the matter? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion is adopted. Thank you for being here. And
Thank you very much. Have a great weekend.
Look forward to ongoing progress. Thank you. Next on the agenda is section B, which is applications for provisional licensure. The 14 applications will be taken individually. The first on the list is American CDL Drivers Academy number 13273. If anyone is present from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute yourself, and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti Consultants, the consulting agency for American CDL Drivers Academy. And I believe the group is trying to get in.
I am in.
There
Good
he
morning, Tufik Valmi here. I am a manager for American CDL Drivers Academy.
Welcome.
Thank
is this
you.
everyone from the institution?
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. My name is Malasse with CDL American Driving Academy.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So since this is the the application for provisional licensure. To the extent the time permits, we typically like to hear a bit about your institution and give you a chance to share a bit about your school. So maybe you could succinctly tell me a few things, right? One, tell me about your school, and two, maybe your plans for the first year of provisional status. In particular, what's your target market, your target student acquisition, and your key differentiators?
Oh,
Go ahead, Tafik, you can take that one.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Yes. So the school was established as of May 23rd, 2023. And the main reason we get into this, we see that there is a lack of instructions. Like the students, we were hiring new drivers and they were really did not have enough educations, and then that prompted us to see how we can come and at least fill the void or the gap by like using the metaphor, like one starfish at a time. So our target students are like mostly the community in our area. So like we are having, we plan to actually advertise and try to attract students from all walk of life that are interested and also wanted to do better in that domain of safety, more particularly because a lot of people really driving the trucks, they do not have enough education or information on how to operate them. Like for instance, we had a truck on the road at one point that had an accident because the driver that we hired did not go to a proper school that was really educated about the air brakes. And as the air was dropping, and then the new driver actually was accelerating, thinking that he was going to build more air, while the vehicle still losing air caused the vehicle to jackknife. So those are the reasons that are pushing us to get into this schooling to see how we can better the community.
Thank you. I appreciate that overview of the inspiration behind the school and a bit about what you hope to be your key differentiator. Commissioners, is there any discussion?
Dr. Stefano, I'd like a comment here, and I'm so glad that the representatives brought up the importance of having thorough and robust training. And my question really is that the amount of hours that you have for your program is rather inconsistent with your inspiration for getting into the business. So your theory hours are listed as 10, your lab hours behind the wheel, I'm assuming, is listed at 30. So we're talking about 3.5 days of training. And there are 31 pieces of curriculum that FMCSA defines have to be included. And I don't know physically how it's possible to shoehorn those pieces of curriculum into the theory and the lab hours that we have here at 40. So I know that most programs just have 40 dedicated to theory alone. And then the remaining hours run another 2 to 3 weeks after that. So I'm looking through here. Well, I'll let them address that inconsistency first, and then we'll talk about what has been presented. Could you guys help me understand that disparity between your impetus for creating this and the amount of time that we're looking at that the student gets?
Sure. So As of right now, we base on the minimum hours of 40 hours and the 10 hours of the training and for the driving, but we give them unlimited hours of class. So as of right now, it's just the basic. We based on that 40 hours, but our students, we provided them way more than that 40 hours, and we're planning to put it in a more formative way where we can have them listed on our program that they are having way more than that 40 hours. So, and our students, when they come to the school, if they do not getting proficient, we do not charge them any extra, and then we keep them in the class. So most of the students, they are averaging that 40 hours or more.
Mr. Williams, if I can add, the institution wanted to start small with the commission initially to provide and demonstrate that they are capable of running an institution in CIE fashion. And next year, when we get them to annual license, things will be adjusted. The programs will be increased from the hour perspective.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mr. Giorgetti. I'm less concerned with the CIE fashion and more concerned with the FMCSA fashion. As I said, I don't have the actual curriculum within here. I'm looking at your catalog, and it doesn't include a line item of each of the 31 items that I know are federally required to be trained before you test someone. And I personally just would love to see how it's possible to do those 31 items in 40 hours. I don't think that's physically possible, and if you can prove me wrong, that would be great. But I drive on I-4. My family drives on I-4. I would not like to be alongside a 80,000-pound truck. That's
recording in progress.
3 days behind the wheel. It's also important to note too that FMCSA requires a proficiency, meaning you have to show that someone is proficient prior to testing them. Are you guys third-party administrators with HSMD?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So if someone completes the 40 hours that you have here and wants to test, do you test them?
I'm sorry?
If someone completes the 40 hours on the program that you've submitted here and wants to test, do you test them?
Yes, Manasseh, can I answer that, please?
Certainly, Manas.
Yes. So we supervised by the state. We have state compliance, and we get a lot of help from them. We make sure that the students, before we test them by the federal guideline, that they've been proficient enough. So we make sure that the students, before they can even test, we give them a pre-test. That pre-test show that the student can be tested, even though sometimes it might happen that student failed the test, but we make sure that any student that we're going to test, they proficient enough to test and to be safe on the road.
And is that pre-test offered during the regular hours of study?
No, so after the student is ready, yeah, after we train the students, and sometimes they ask for the test. They ask, oh, we ready and stuff like that. But we make sure too the students is ready before we can schedule them for the pre-test. Then after the pre-test, we test them, and we have a lot of help from other schools that in the area. We have people that train us from the state that part of the school, like helping us also. Like we have people that are in the business for over years. Like we have Tony Ponce is one of the guy that with the other school, that is the backbone of our school. Anything that we do, he has 2 other schools and he work for the state. He's oversee everything that we do in that school. So we get a lot of help for what we do. We knew it's true, but we're not going blindly doing what we're doing, because we get the state all the time to check on us. And we have people, as I said about Tony, As three school is helping us a lot on everything that we do to make sure that we do the right thing.
Director, do we have, because I'm not seeing it within the catalog, do we have the curriculum that has been submitted to us? I've dug a little and I don't see it within the links that I have.
The program outlines were submitted.
Right. That program outline is not the curriculum that's provided to the student. I'm talking about
we didn't have to submit the curriculum, no.
Okay. Does that curriculum exist?
Yes.
In a standardized written format that could be shared?
Absolutely.
Chair, I'd like to ask for just an additional contingency of validating that curriculum that exists and the associated time that's being spent hit the minimum requirements for entry-level driver training for FMCSA.
Chair Williams?
Yes, the institution agrees with that. Eric, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It sounds to me that what you might be looking for is issuance of a delay of 90 days and to order the institution to appear in person at the May meeting and in the interim give commission staff opportunity to review the curricular specifics of these programs.
That sounds like a great idea, Counselor.
I think I would also just offer a word of commentary of what I think the issue is here so it's clarified. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration publishes a curriculum for entry-level driver training. The teaching of that curriculum in its entirety is not a recommendation. It's mandatory. So what Chair Williams' concern is that he is concerned that it is, physically impossible to cover every item in that curriculum in only 40 hours. And so that's a concern that's going to have to be addressed. And if needed, there'll have to be some adjustments to these clock hours for the programs to be approved.
Well said.
Agreed.
It seems that the ideal documentation for this would be a matrix that demonstrates the let's say the first column would be the FMCSA entry level driver training curriculum, and then the column headers might be the distribution of hours and demonstrating exactly how the school is fulfilling the curricular requirements distributed across the program structure as provided in their documentation.
Yeah, Dr. Spano, that actually should be, it would be part of the curriculum that they say exists that was not part of the submission because it's just a program outline. So if it exists, it should be pretty easy for us to have that because it's really almost a table of contents that shows those minimum numbers, the number of hours and when they're training on that. So I would think it's part of the curriculum that's given to the student.
And provide that with no problem.
Is there any comments from the institution?
We will provide that for the commission to review. No issues there at all.
Great, thank you. Any comments from the public apart from the institution?
No.
All right, if there's no further discussion, do we have a motion to issue a delay in licensure as stipulated by council with the added contingency? Would that be the right way to formulate it, Eric?
Sure, yeah. So the motion is to issue a licensure delay of 90 days, and then the clerked order will specify the outstanding concerns which have been addressed in the course of this discussion, and will also provide that the materials satisfying the concerns and deficiencies be submitted to the commission no later than May 5th, although we strongly encourage submission of those materials before then.
All right. So may I have a motion to issue a licensure delay of 90 days and the issuance of a clerked order to specify the outstanding concerns which have been addressed in the course of this discussion.
I would also add, I think the intention of the commission is to order the institution to appear in person at the next in-person public meeting on May 30th.
Great. So can we have a motion for the aforementioned?
So moved.
Second. First and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion is adopted. Thank you.
Commissioners.
Next on the agenda is Training Center Orlando number 13241. If anyone is present from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute yourself, and introduce yourself.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners and everyone. My name is Mac Fernandez, and I am the Director of Operations for CBL Training Center.
Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else from the institution?
Yes, there's a couple of colleagues here with me. I believe Teresa Cardenas, Charlie Cardenas is also available as well.
Thank you and welcome. So just as we did at the beginning of the previous one, maybe you could tell me a little bit about your school in a succinct fashion, and what are you hoping to accomplish in this period of provisional status, and perhaps what's your key differentiator?
Sure. Let me also add, I'm sorry, Martha is also available. She's my assistant. She just asked when she's here with me. She asked me if she was chopped liver. So I need to make sure that, that I mention her name as well. But thank you all. Definitely our concentration is mainly in safety. You know, we obviously, there are a lot of great organizations as well that are licensed by the commission that I believe also concentrate in the same area. You know, FMCSA regulations is something that may be new to some institutions. We've been working with FMCSA for quite some time right now. And our courses vary in time and range. Our primary courses are between about 160 to about 360 hours. They specialize mainly in behind the wheel training. We do have some shorter courses, and those are refresher courses usually for individuals that have driven before, have experience, or sometimes they just come from a company and just need to do a refresher course to basically brush up their skills.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any discussion?
Yeah, I don't want to sound like Groundhog Day, but I have the same question, gentlemen, as you likely just heard us have. The program outline that you guys submitted shows 50, not 160 or up to 320 that you just mentioned.
Yeah, that's one of the programs, Commissioner. There is a 50-hour course, which is only a refresher, but the course that we submitted they range between 160, 184, up to 360 hours.
If we could have a clarification, that refresher course is not ELDT? Which stands for entry-level driver training, in case that's unknown.
Correct.
It's not ELDT.
I'm sorry, are you asking me? I'm sorry, or was it
yes.
Conflict?
I'm sorry, I'm asking the school.
Yes, pretty much. I mean, these are for individuals that usually are driving already, and their companies are asking them to come in. In many cases, they already have their license, actually, most of the cases, and they're coming in to basically just do a refresher as far as sometimes they've had maybe accidents or some safety issues, and we basically give them a refresher. We take them out on the road. Again, we go over their parking or their basic skills, abilities. So it's a refresher for usually those that already have a CDL license or have been driving for a long time.
Just to clarify, we're hearing a lot of usually, most of the time.
Yeah.
So is that 50-hour course ELDT and certified as such before by your institution before the student sits for the CDL exam?
Well, in some cases, they don't have to do the exam because they've already passed the ELDT. They already possess a license or have been grandfathered in.
So is that a no?
It's a no.
Just one more question for clarification. What is the which of the courses that you offer is ELDT with the fewest number of clock hours?
I believe we have a 120-hour course. We have an 80-hour course, which is an intermediate course for CDL drivers.
So I can specify, Counselor, if it helps, on page 1 of the program outline, it says entry level driver training class A manual and is listed at 40 hours.
Should be 50. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
For class A manual?
For class A, yeah, it should be a 50-hour course.
Didn't you just testify that no one is taking ELDT for only 50 hours?
No, for ELDT hours, it is a refresher course. I'm sorry, but the commissioner was mentioning the hours in the course. I think you mentioned 40, and it's a 50-hour course.
Yeah, I'm referring to page 1 of the program outline, and the program title is Entry Level Driver Training Class A Manual, not an automatic. And the theory hours are listed as 10, and the lab hours are listed at 30 for a total of 40.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me look for it here.
So this would be the traditional Class A tractor trailer that you have listed for 40 hours. And that's why I said I had the same question as earlier, is I just don't think it's physically possible to hit the minimum FMCSA requirements in 3 days of behind the wheel.
Outline.
Okay, I'm just looking at the program outline.
It's the, it says page 1 of 3 at the bottom, but it's actually not the first page. It comes,
yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm sorry.
Chair Williams,
after your inventory of equipment.
Because our program title is 50 hours comprehensive tractor trailer driver. There's nowhere that does it say manual.
Yeah, there does. I mean, there's no one that says manual, a commissioner or.
Chair and Director, am I not looking at the program data, the program title, the 40 hours here? I mean,
if you could clarify on the, I'm sorry, Commissioner Williams, which document did you click from the linked agenda?
I'm on the program outline, and there are 2 programs in the program outline that say entry-level driver training, one that is Class A automatic, one that is Class A manual, and they are both listed at 40 hours of total contact hours.
Commissioner Williams.
What page of that 33?
The very first page of the program outline.
The first page on this one says CBL 50 hours comprehensive tractor trailer driver.
Okay, let me.
Commissioner Williams, can you look at your program outline, the name on the very top of the program outline? The name should reflect as CDL Training Center.
Okay, it may be entirely possible I've got too many tabs open, but let me make sure I'm looking at the right one.
Don't worry.
They all look very similar, the program outlines.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Hurst.
Okay, let me pull that back up. Okay, I see the higher number in the advanced, because you guys are separating out, I guess when I'm looking at the advanced hours and you get all the way up to 160.
Yeah, 360. It goes all the way up to 360.
Yeah, I agreed on that solo tractor. Can you help us understand the difference in the instruction that happens between the minimum entry level driver training and what becomes the more robust programming?
Yeah, it pretty much it goes even beyond FMCSA standards with more over the road training. We've noticed that a lot of accidents that we hear about or you see sometimes has to do with not sufficient behind the wheel training or over the road training, and usually it depends. We may have someone that comes in that wants to drive a manual transmission and has no experience. So that requires us to start them, almost on a smaller type vehicle, or it's still a tractor trailer, possibly with less gears, and from there we progress, or we give them more training for them to be able to be proficient in driving a commercial vehicle.
Okay. And when you guys reference comprehensive tractor trailer driver, you're referencing entry level driver training, right? That's what your comprehensive program is, the ELDT program.
Yeah, basically the programs, depending on the time, they do include ELDT. It is a requirement from FMCSA, so they have to have obviously their knowledge test as well as also the skills portion of the ELDT.
Right. So that while I was saying 40 and it does show 50, I think the question remains there that comprehensive tractor trailer driving with even 50 hours. Are you guys, how many are you doing every single day, and what are your hours of operation?
Sure. Our hours of operation are from 7 a.m. Till about 6 p.m. That's a Monday through Friday, and then on Saturdays 7 to 3.
Okay, so that 50-hour comprehensive tractor trailer, which is to include
it's a refresher. It's a refresher course.
Which one of these is the ELDT program?
Okay, the rest of them are ELDT programs, and even for the 50-hour, I mean, they may do some portion of ELDT. We still use ELDT standards for all our training, regardless of the time. But the 160-hour programs and above are pretty much our flag program. So that's the one that's the most common, because the industry standard is about 160 hours minimum. So for over the road drivers, so that's what we basically concentrate on.
So your advanced tractor trailer driver program, is that an entry level driver training program?
The advanced, it is an entry level driver training program as well, and that usually
so they don't start at 160. They start at 120.
Correct. And not everyone is going to go over the road. But the thing with over the road drivers is that it doesn't matter whether they do 160 or 180 or 200 or 120 hours. Our concentration is mainly behind the wheel. If you look at most curriculums, you have a lot of classroom training, and sometimes it's a lot of fluff, but we try to concentrate specifically what FMCSA requires. So you'll have drivers that don't want to drive over the road. They want to stay local. So therefore, we have local companies that need their guys trained as well, and are not requiring a lot of the things you would need for potentially over the road, even though it is included, but it's not necessary because the hours already are covered in those programs.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you, Commissioner.
Chair, I have no other questions.
Okay. Just to comment to Executive Director Hurst, it would be probably worthwhile to have internal conversations about how these program outlines could be more clearly demarcated as like refresher versus the entry level kind of courses, and in the program outlines somehow better capturing the curricular distribution of competencies. I don't know what the possibilities are, but I just want to put that on the table for you to consider and deliberate on.
Thank you, Commissioner Stefano.
All right. Is there any public comment on this apart from the comments from the institution and commissioners?
We're good, Commissioner.
All right. So do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
For a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion is adopted. Thank you for being here, and thank you for indulging us with the explanations and background regarding your school.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. Have a great weekend, and thank you for drilling the program. It's important. I mean, if you look at the news, there's so many accidents going on. So I very much respect the commissioners' concern. So thank you all very much, and again, have a great weekend.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And briefly, make sure you tell Martha that she is not chopped liver, just for the record. All right, let's continue here. Next on our agenda is Florida CDL Truck Driving School, number 13194. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute yourself, and introduce yourself.
Good morning, commissioners and staff. This is Dr. Jose Otero, and I'm here with the owner and two of their admin staff for the school.
Thank you. So maybe just as I've done with the previous institutions, you could tell us just a little bit about the school and its kind of key differentiator.
And before anyone speaks, can we please have your name and your title or affiliation with the institution for the record?
Hi, good morning. My name is Omar. I'm the account manager there.
Hello, my name is Victor Rodriguez. I'm the campus coordinator.
Good morning. My name is Victor Rodriguez, Senior, the owner.
All right, is that everyone? I believe it is, or I'm going to presume it is. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Let's resume my previous question. Could you please tell us just a little bit about your school and your key differentiators?
Hello, this is Victor Rodriguez, the campus coordinator. So Florida CDL, we've been training for about 15 years. Our goal is and we're excited to be part of the CIE and get our license and be able to go. We do training for Lord.
A little nervous.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Might have to repeat the question.
Omar, you want to share anything about this school?
Yeah, so basically we provide different type of training in Florida CDL. The 160 hours, of course, for individuals who have no experience, and the 30 hours, which is for any other company that is actually wanted them to be certified on the ELDT part of it.
Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion?
Are you guys testing any of the students that go through your training basic for A or B?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I have to ask the same question that I've asked twice before, because those are a 30-hour and a 37-hour program. While I concede that the Class B, I think, is possible within that time frame, the training basic for 30 hours, I have my apprehensions, as I've expressed before. Are you doing your own testing? You're a third-party administrator for HSMB?
Yes, sir. We do. Just to clarify something, the 30 hours or 33 hours for the Class B, we actually offer that type of course for whoever is removing restriction or coming from another third party. For example, any company that has any contract with our institution.
Yeah, I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Sure. So 30 hours basically will fall inside for if we have a contract with any company, for like any agency like Orange County or any other agency, they want to certify their students as part of the ELDT program for the Class B.
Right, and I see the B at 37.5 and 40. That one has a passenger. I'm sorry. As 40 for Class B. I guess my question is the Class A automatic training basic and the Class A manual training basic are 30 and 33 hours respectively, actually less than the Class B straight body truck. So that question remains how ELDT is being met within that period.
So for the ELDT theory for the 30 basic or requirement we have for the students is that they complete the ELDT theory online prior to starting with us. We do not teach the ELDT theory, but for the 160 hours, we do teach the ELDT theory.
Yeah, so the theory is just one part of FMCSA requirement. I'm not specifying theory particularly. I'm talking about the Class A automatic training basic, which is the second program on your summary sheet that is listed at 30 hours. And that, along with the Class A manual training basic, which is 33 hours. So that would include much more than the required theory training, which you're doing online before they arrive. I get that, but it's still only 30 and 33 hours for the remainder of a Class A automatic and a manual. So it's still.
So this would be for
4 days
students
of training.
This will be for students that are already working for another company.
Are they licensed?
No.
Are you testing them?
Yes.
Then the question remains, it doesn't matter who they work for.
We offer only the behind the wheel when it comes to 30 hours. And it's in B2B. It's right.
You're saying that if it's only behind the wheel, then are you teaching maneuvers and theory to those individuals?
Only the maneuvers, the theory is done online before they start with us.
But you're still putting them in the training provider registry for FMCSA.
Yes, sir. And usually these students, since they're already being trained by other companies, the behind the wheel, they become proficient way faster than a new student.
Right, but the minimum requirements have to be met and someone has to put them in the FMCSA training provider registry as having met those minimum requirements. So regardless of their experience, someone has to document that those minimum requirements are being met before they are allowed to test. So you're saying that Correct. You're testing these guys at 30 hours and 33 hours, and I'm saying that there's no way you met those minimum requirements during that time.
The hours are being met and they're being proficient. We're covering all the behind the wheel curriculum in that time frame. The difference is that most of these students, I would say all, have already experience, so they could become proficient way faster when it comes to backing and the road.
Sure, and I'm saying most is not all.
It would be all, because it would be B2B.
What do you mean by B2B?
It would be from applicants sent from either business like Orange County or any companies.
Okay, and are you saying because it's B2B, it isn't required to meet the entry-level driver training requirements?
No, that's the main purpose of their sending their employees to our institution, so that way they can be certified in the ELDT part of it. So either it's to remove restriction or do an upgrade from a Class B to a Class A.
Right. I think Dr. Stefano's point is a good one, because if you're removing a restriction, then that means someone already has a license, and you said these guys do not have their license. And certainly, if you're talking about a Class A tractor trailer with a manual transmission, the 33 hours still is 4 days of training. And if they're not licensed and you're testing them after that period, I'm struggling to comprehend how they could meet the minimum requirements in 4 days. You got to do a lot, 30 some odd pieces of curriculum in there. And I think that just not to beat a dead horse, Chair, that I would ask for that same contingency previously so that we can understand what that, if indeed ELDT is being represented within those two, and whether it hits the minimum requirements.
Is there any further discussion?
Commissioners, would I be able to request that they resubmit those two items as a contingency?
So we're clear, it sounds like what the motion is going to be is that this commission will issue a licensure delay of 90 days, order the institution to appear in person at the May 30th public meeting, and then in the meantime to address, it looks like we have 3 outstanding concerns. We got the 2, what were contingencies that are indicated in the summary sheet, and then as a third one, to submit to the commission no later than May 5th, a detailed explanation of how and you know what, just so we clarify, the programs that I think are of concern here are the Class A Automatic Training Basic and the Class A Manual Training Basic. Is that correct, Chair Williams?
Yes. Yes.
To explain how the 30 and 33 hours, respectively, encompass all of the mandatory requirements of FMCSA's ELDT training curriculum.
And be able to request a poll of these 2 items to move forward, and then we can come back at a later time better prepared with those and resubmit them.
So I'm sorry, so Dr. Otero, is your question or your proposal that the commission grant the provisional license except with regard to those 2 programs, and then to have the institution add them at a later date?
That's correct.
So just so we're clear, we could put that on the table for a vote, but if we did, the institution would not be eligible to add those programs until it obtained an annual license about a year from now.
That's understood.
Yeah, Counselor, those are, I think, symptoms of a larger problem because we don't understand the minimums within any of these with the information we have. Those are just glaringly short. I would prefer the former recommendation that you made, and let's have this conversation face to face in May. If the commissioners feel differently, I'm willing to have that discussion.
So just for clarification, does the commission want to request submission of detailed curriculums for all of these programs, or just for the 2 I noted earlier, the 2 Class A programs?
I'm saying that they are intrinsically tied, and the 2 that we noted create concerns about even the ones that have longer hours. So I would like to see the curriculum is the curriculum. They wouldn't have separate curriculum for the minimum FMCSA requirements. That's going to be standard regardless of whether you're automatic or manual. It's not going to change for those. So they're not going to have to submit multiple things. They just have to submit the curriculum that shows parity with FMCSA.
Would the commission request that the institution submit an hourly breakdown for how they're covering each element in the curriculum?
It's a requirement. That's not my opinion. It's what is required by FMCSA. And they would find that in a compliant document and the guidance from them. So
I don't believe that FMCSA publishes a minimum number of hours for their courses,
no,
but they do publish, right.
Yeah, but they require the provider to publish how those hours are broken up. That you're right in that they don't set a minimum number of hours. So we have to show within our program outlines what those hours are dedicated to, right? And we have to show compliance with FMCSA by saying, here's the time that we're committing to the item that is part of that minimum requirement.
I think that's what I was trying to describe by the fulfillment matrix earlier.
Yeah, it likely exists. Gentlemen, do you have a written curriculum that students are working from?
Yes, sir.
Then this should be pretty simple.
So we're clear, the clerked order will explicitly ask for that, for an hour-by-hour breakdown for each of the items that are provided for in FMCSA's mandatory ELDT curriculum. And going forward, commission staff can certainly request that of CDL schools which apply for licensure. That's well within this commission's regulatory ambit per standard 4.
If possible, just to kind of reinforce this, it would be very helpful if it could be more clearly denoted which are kind of refresher courses and which are the ones that have a driving license associated with them. And if it's a refresher course, then that means that there would be prerequisites for qualifying for it, such as someone must already have a license. As opposed to allowing something that is tentatively a refresher course to sometimes be used for alternative purposes, as perhaps a condensed kind of curriculum. So I just think that that kind of clarity would be helpful in navigating this.
If I can,
it would be the programs that include testing, which may exist within the program outline. I was trying to pull it up to look, but maybe it doesn't. But that's a very good point. Yes, sir.
If I may, and you know that I'm not one to argue, but in this particular case, the requirements that they've had before sufficed with the agencies that were involved. And the Department of Education has certain regulations, but no restrictions on hours, and none were identified. And I know that 6C hasn't had time to catch up, and I do understand on the safety pieces on this. I'm not minimizing any of that. However, the only time I defend something is when I feel that the rules have been followed and some pieces are missing. That can be added, but for denial of or not denial, but to extend the process because new things are being introduced and requested, it's, you know, if I can have some clarity on that, because I can't see in any of the rules or the regulations or the statutes that would prohibit them from doing what they did with their program outline.
Chair Williams?
Yeah, I can address that. I'm not saying that there's have to be a minimum amount of time. I'm saying that the amount of time I'm looking at 30 and 33 hours is hard for me to imagine that the minimum curriculum requirements are being met. I'm not speaking directly to the amount of time that's being spent on one or the other. That's a quality metric. And FMCSA does not define that to say you have to spend 4 hours on this or 5 hours on this. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying that what we're looking at shows 30 and 33 hours for an 80,000 pound, 80-foot long tractor trailer that has 4 days of behind the wheel training for 90-degree offset, or excuse me, you've got to do offset, straight back, alley dock, 45-degree, roadside stops, railroad. There is a ton of curriculum in there. And it's hard for me to imagine those are being done however long each item is being done is not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying that we're not able to see that those minimum requirements are being met as a line item within their curriculum. So we're not introducing a new item. We're ensuring that the existing minimum items that you just said were suffice are indeed there because we trust you, but we think we need to verify that. This is a massive safety issue.
And I concur and I agree based on that that explanation. Is there some clarity we can get as to the expectation? I mean, obviously the outcomes are fairly clear and the outcomes are there. Are there hours? And I know that you can't dictate hours. We ask more for a suggestion as to the sort of a guide as to which component needs more hours. And again, I'm agreeing with you.
I'm not at all talking about the amount of time per line item within that curriculum.
So we're talking about just the outcomes?
I'm talking about the line items themselves, not the number of hours. If FMCSA doesn't set a minimum, we don't set a minimum. I'm not introducing a new item. I want to make sure that we're very clear here. I just have concerns that all 31 of those items are being taught.
That's understood.
And so we're clear, if I might cite some language from law, Rule 6E 2.004.4 from the Florida Administrative Code, programs preparing the student for an occupation or professional certification shall conform to the standards and training practices generally acceptable by the occupational or professional fields for which students are being prepared. And so we're clear, while there may not be a one-size-fits-all minimum hours, the Commission has the prerogative to take a holistic look at an institution and at its curriculum and to make reasonable judgments and consistent ones across institutions, so the Commission is not acting arbitrarily or with caprice, and based on competent evidence to determine whether curriculum standards are being met. And the Commission can do that without having a, one-size-fits-all minimum number of hours. It just has to be a reasonable judgment. In the extremes, we can see, for example, if you were saying you were only training for 15 minutes, okay, obviously, that wouldn't be sufficient. And there'll be gray area, but this consistent will act consistently across institutions.
All right. So with this said, do you think you could articulate for us the motion that would properly capture the current state of the conversation?
Yes, absolutely. So the motion, it sounds to me, is for issuance of a licensure delay of 90 days and to order the institution to appear in person at the Commission's in-person public meeting on May 30th and to address all of the outstanding concerns that have been discussed and which will be specified in the written clerked order, and to address those with Commission staff no later than May 5th, and to be prepared to address them again at the meeting on May 30th.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there any public comment? Hearing none. Is there any further conversation among the commissioners? Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt the aforementioned staff recommendation?
Second.
Yeah.
Simon?
Second.
So, okay, first and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion. Any opposed? No. All right, the motion is adopted. Thank you, and Dr. Otero, thank you for your representation on this, and we look forward to seeing you and the school leadership in May. Thank you for your time. All right, next on the agenda is Gabriel Health Institute, number 13283. If anyone is here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute yourself, and introduce yourself.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Dr. AJ with Otero Consulting Group. I am here with the president of Gabriel Health Institute. Dr. Otero is joining us in a little bit from the other conference. So if you could just give us 2 seconds, they'll be joining shortly.
Sure.
Gabriel, can you
how you guys doing? My name is Alfredo Gabriel. I am the president and CEO of Gabriel Health Institute. It's an honor to be here and to, potentially become a part of the CIE.
Thank you. So as we await Dr. Otero to join from the other call, perhaps you could tell me a little bit about your school and what's your target market and your key differentiators.
My apologies. I'm here. I apologize. I had to run from one side of the building to the other.
Yes. So basically, Gabriel Health Institute has been operating as a regional exam site for the Florida CNA state exam for a number of years, as well as providing exam preparation to challengers. So we've already built a strong reputation in the community, as well as an extensive email list. And we believe that these elements help us build a strong foundation to launch an allied health training institute. Our differentiator, what makes us different is our mission. We like to think with the end in mind, and in healthcare, the end is always the patients. So our mission and our passion is to increase the quality of patient care. And we do that by imbuing that mission and those values into every student before unleashing them into the healthcare field.
Great, thank you. And have you reviewed the staff recommendations and understand all of the contingencies associated with each of the listed programs?
Absolutely, and we've already secured those externship agreements, and I believe that we have already submitted those to the Board of Mercy as well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any discussion? Okay. Any public comment? All right, hearing none. Do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
First and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion is adopted. Congratulations. Thank you. Next on the agenda is CDL Driving School, number 13272. If anyone is here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santorum, Giorgetti Educational Consultants. And the school should be dialing in. Mr. and Mrs. Wright.
Thank you.
Jason Wright, I'm the co-owner and also the campus director.
Hi, my name is Jerlene Wright. I'm also the owner. We're the JD and JD CDL.
All right. Thank you for being here with us. So maybe you could just tell us a little bit about your school and your key differentiators.
Sir, we have been in operation since July of 2017. Ever since then, we've always operated in the same manner with very small class sizes, which makes a huge difference in the learning quality. So people can learn and get the information quickly and go through the program fast. Pretty much our ratio from student to trainer is 3 to 1, so 3 students to 1 trainer, which is how we differentiate ourselves and are able to give a higher quality of training, being able to focus on each individual student, almost like a personal trainer.
Great. Thank you. Commissioners, I anticipate similar discussions, but perhaps we can succinctly address these.
We could copy and paste.
Yeah, all right. So am I free to assume that the concerns here are similar to the other concerns regarding the lack of explanation regarding how the required curriculum is represented and distributed among the stipulated hours?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Stefano, if we could give Mr. Wright an opportunity to talk about his program, I'd appreciate that. Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. And we look forward also, presuming that we have a similar motion, that we get the opportunity to meet him in person in May. So we look forward to that as well. But please, by all means, share with us.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The majority of the people we do are not looking to go over the road. The majority are sometimes they're state agencies, like we do Florida Forest Services from different locations, the FWC, Florida Wildlife Commission, NASA, Artemis, Mosaic. We do a lot of businesses that have probably over 40, 50 businesses that previously trained their employees. They just need it for their specific job that they have to do. Some of them can, like Powertown, who are linemen who don't need this job, need their license to go over the road. They just need it to perform their normal duties. And that's kind of our focus for the program that we have. Very, very rarely, if we ever get anyone to come in, they're looking for an over-the-road job or that seeking that type of pathway in their career. They already have a job specific. They just have to have a CDL for the type of business that they're in. So we keep really small classes. Like it's, in our opinion, for the past 8 to 9 years, the amount of training that we do provide is more than sufficient to meet the requirements, which are proficiencies.
The quality of economy.
Thank you.
Stefano, if I could, I know there's no one size fits all with this. I think the attorney Junta, I think he kind of alluded to that we don't have a one size fits all for these type of schools. And if we're going to make a decision on one, should we not make that for all? Because if everybody offers the same type of 40-hour program, then everyone is probably going to have to, produce the curriculum, produce the requirements to show that they meet and hit all those requirements. And I hate to see one school be approved and not others. It's just, there's just no real easy answer on this one. I get it. I completely understand it, but I want us to be, I always said when I ran schools that I'm going to treat every single student the same exact way. I'm not going to show favoritism to one and not to the others. So if it's a one size fits all thing, then everybody used to call me an equal opportunity offender. And I just want to make sure that if we can do that, analogy, that would be great.
But using your same analogy, I just would like to kind of push this. Does treating every student the same way and holding up the same standards means that all of them get the same assessment results?
They may not get the same results, but they're all treated exactly the same in the measurement. So if
Yeah,
the
so
measurement,
and I think
if
that's
there's a
what
bar to meet, they
we're
should all be treated the same.
I do think that's what we're trying to do here. I think that in cases where the stipulated number of hours seem difficult to explain the distribution in the absence of that clarity, that is certainly more acute than programs that have a larger amount of hours, even if that clarity isn't present. Ideally, that clarity be present in all cases. But I do think that we're trying to equally apply the safety concerns and requirements across all these institutions. I think that the specific programs of the institutions are the distinctive factors here. So this really would be more analogous to students submitting different types of work and the assessment results of that being distinct with a common standard. I think that, the commissioners on here don't have any personal interest in, treating one school distinctly from others. I think that we're all trying our best here to the extent possible and with the given and stipulated constraints to uphold common standards that will advance the whole industry and will preserve the quality of these programs in accordance with the charge that we've been given.
If I can,
Chair,
Chair,
that, Dr. Stefano, my concern was, I believe School 2 was approved with the same level of hours, was it not?
It was not.
It was not.
It was not. Okay. I misunderstood it. I thought it was approved and not put on a 90-day.
It was approved, but it did not have anywhere near the same number of hours as this course. As this school or the other two that we have heard.
Oh, I thought they had a 40-hour. I thought there was discussion about, when I heard Commissioner Williams say Groundhog Day, I thought they had the same number of hours. My apologies.
I'll apologize for that because I was looking at the wrong tab, and when they corrected my error and we went to the right tab, they did indeed have 160-hour programs. I will note what was said earlier is that entry-level driver training does not change based on whether you intend to go over the road or not. So whatever your existing job is or how you plan to use that CDL does not change the minimum requirements. I want to note that based on what was said earlier. And also the statement was made that in their opinion, it was more than sufficient. And I think that's what we're trying to do is take my opinion, your opinion, anybody's opinion out of this and hit the minimum federally required minimums.
I don't mean to interrupt. Can I make a comment?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So just to hit on, just so you understand where we're coming from and what we do and why we created this program, as he said, we created it. He's got prior law enforcement background and he wanted to do something private, personal, and just to concentrate on these kind of businesses and things like that. 80% of the people we do is businesses, which is why we created the program the way we created it, with the personal training and getting them back to work and getting them back to their jobs. We do still get some out of people that come from wherever and they just want to get their CDL and learn how to do everything. Those people do take more in the upwards of three weeks or so. But when we do our class sizes, 3 is the max we do. So normally it's usually 1 to 2. We never do more than 4 people a week. We've done that since 2017. So you can see our record of that's literally what we stay with. And we've always created the program quality over. We're not trying to be this big school. We're not trying, which is why our name is in it. We're not trying to be a big, huge facility. We want to concentrate on these people. We want to hone down on them. And like he has said, that 50 plus businesses is what we do. All the city, state, county, a lot of the city, state, county employees that we do, from NASA we do have some major business to work with. So we keep that flow of what we do and concentrate on them. But we do out of state people and we do other people, but they're more of like a 3-week thing. So when we chose our directive of how many hour program we wanted to do, we based it off the 80% businesses that we connect with. So that's minimal of what they do because, like as he said, they come trained, so they don't take as long. But the biggest factor of us getting them through is the fact that we have usually it's about 2 people to a trainer. and where they're there all day and constantly for 2 weeks sometimes to get those 40 hours, sometimes it's a little more than 40 hours, they learn very, very, very quickly and efficiently when they're hands on that truck every day, driving on the road every day. I mean, in a 4-hour period, you can get an hour of road training, an hour and a half of backing training, you know, the training you do for the pre-trip, the ELDT stuff we have to go over that's not even excluded on there. You learn very quickly, very efficiently when you're 1 or 2 people at a time. So that's how we meet those 40-hour requirements. And we would love to show people how we do it. It's definitely able to do it if you don't max out your student capacity. And that's what we specialize in, is that small. We've never gone over, we don't ever want to go over that capacity. We're happy with what we do. We give the quality, we give the concern that we do because of that. So I just wanted to state that, because I know a lot of these people, if you're doing the different types of things, we don't do that. We've never done it. We have a history since 2017 of keeping that personal, private, small, and that's what we always plan to do. So I just wanted to state that.
No, I appreciate that. I think the instructor to student ratio is extremely important. However, it is for those who have 10 people with 1 instructor, which I think you and I both disagree with. It doesn't change the minimum curriculum requirements of entry-level driver training, and also who you work for and the job you plan to do after you get your license doesn't change the minimum requirements. So 80% of those folks may come in having some familiarity, but it doesn't change the minimum requirements that FMCSA requires. And I'm not talking in number of hours, I'm talking about in line item curriculum.
Yes, no, I definitely understand what you're saying. And we have a history, we're not a brand new school, so we have a history of, you know, we don't do our own testing. We don't do any of that. Outside testing company comes test our people. Our pass rate is extremely high. It's extremely high. And we have things that you could look at over our school past history that shows that our quality is definitely in it. And we will never let a person test, no matter if it takes whatever time, unless they're ready and how they go out there.
Is your testing done by an affiliate organization? I was under the impression you said
it's a completely separate company. They come and do our testing on our site, but it's a completely separate company.
Can I ask what company you're using?
A1 CDL. They have multiple sites that they do. I think they have upwards of like, I don't even know. I really don't know the exact number, or maybe 6, 7 sites that they do, that they test at.
So you guys have been doing this long enough, it should be pretty easy to substantiate the ELDT minimum requirements, and certainly the credible list of companies you work for would imply that this information we're asking for exists and can be substantiated rather easily. I'll leave it at that, Chair.
Okay. Any other discussion from other commissioners? Any public comment? All right.
Commissioners, I think the one thing that this institution specifically is more concerned about, and the reason that they're really asking to look at how, listen to how they do things and taking all that into consideration, is the fact that they have stopped their advertising. They've complied with everything that they were supposed to, and I hate to say it this way, but they're dying on a vine, right? They can't advertise, can't drive students in to the actual working operation. They've been operating for 8 years, and that's really putting a chokehold on their enrollment and their livelihoods. And I think that's really why they're demonstrating and trying to demonstrate in an audio format that they're hitting those marks as best they can and meeting those requirements.
Counselor, that begs an important question.
That.
Yeah, Counsel, that begs an important question. How many years did they operate unlicensed?
We've been operating since 2017.
But it was never required that we had the CIE. We were always told we didn't fit under those guidelines. This is what we did. But as soon as we got the cease and assist order and told us we had to meet these requirements, we jumped right in it and did whatever we had to do to get approved to be able to do it correctly. We just in the past were never required to fall under. We didn't meet the requirements to fall under the CIE. And now that as soon as we were given that letter and as soon as we were told we had to do it, we jumped right into to do what we had to do.
So, Councilor Gente, I'd let you address that the purview of the CIE has or has not changed in the past 7 years.
There certainly has been some historic confusion in this sector, as we have found out and investigated over the last several months. To make a long story short, as of 2022, when the federal government adopted regulations, which Florida law tracks with, requiring a mandatory training, entry-level driver training, also known as ELDT. Once that became a requirement for a prerequisite for anyone sitting for the CDL examination, any training that fell under that rubric became licensable, because ELDT terminates in the issuance of what Florida statutes considers a diploma, namely a certification that one has completed ELDT as a prerequisite for licensure for a CDL license. So at least as of 2022, at least, maybe earlier, we don't know, but at least as of 2022, unambiguously, entry-level driver training has been a licensable activity. It is possible that before then it might have been construed as exempt examination preparation, but that has not been the case since 2022. We understand that many institutions have been operating in good faith ignorance of the requirement to be licensed, and so this commission, as always, has exercised as much forbearance as is reasonable while this situation is getting regularized.
And Counselor, I would just follow that with your original request that every school be treated the same, which is, I think, how you began that conversation.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, any licensing agency is going to engage in what the courts have sometimes called incipient policymaking or incipient rule making, which means that, you know, there's a lot of judgment calls and there's some level of subjectivity in it because, again, every institution is unique. The licensing agencies have to take into account their acquired knowledge of the sectors which they regulate over the course of time. And so there are going to be some subjective judgment calls. Those judgment calls have to be reasonable. They have to be based on competent and substantial evidence, and they have to be applied, standards have to be applied consistently across the board. Sometimes this incipient rulemaking later becomes codified in formally adopted rulemaking, and that's a conversation for a later date. So in the meantime, though, I mean, I would observe that I believe that the judgments that this commission has exercised so far in today's meeting with regard to CDL schools so far has been eminently consistent.
Yeah, and I was even referencing the licensee's representative who at the outset of the conversation asked that everyone be treated the same, which since two others with a 40-hour program who have the assertion that they're meeting the federal requirements have been asked to substantiate that in person in May, we would apply the same to them. So just want to do what the licensee's representative requested.
I would advise that that is absolutely the proper course.
All right. So if I recall correctly, then the motion would be to issue a licensure delay of 90 days. And then a clerk order will specify the outstanding concerns which have been addressed in the course of this discussion. It will provide that the material satisfying the concerns and deficiencies be submitted to the commission no later than May 5th, although we strongly encourage submission of those materials well before then. Additionally, the commission orders the institution to appear in person at the next in-person public meeting on May 30th. Counselor, did I get that correctly?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Second.
First and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And the motion carries. Thank you, and appreciate the discussion and the patience of everyone else on the call. Let's see here. I want to take the polls quickly about a break. Is everyone okay with trying to get to the end of this section?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right, so next on our agenda, I believe we are on number 6 of this section, L&A Training and Staffing, Inc., number 13180. There is anyone on the line from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Beatrice Toussaint. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Can you state for the record your relation to the institution?
I'm the owner.
Great. And is there anyone else in the call?
Myself and Dave Gasso.
Okay. And what is Dave's relation to the institution?
A counselor.
A counselor. Okay. Thank you. I don't believe I caught Dave's last name. If you could state that for us.
Penel.
Okay. Thank you. Could you tell us a little bit about your institution? Just little snapshot and your key differentiators.
The reason I created that institution because I do the companion, homemaker companion, and when I send the staff to the patient house, they don't train well. So, and most of the time the patient been complaining, and I have an idea to open the school, to open the elderly staffing and training. So train those people before I send them to the elderly women or men. So that was my main reason, and just to do more education about the home care.
Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion? No? All right, great. Any public comment? All right. Without further ado, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
Thank you.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have a great day. Thank you. Next on the agenda is Minic Academy, number 12962. If anyone is here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hello?
That's fantastic.
Yes. Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Brian and Carla. Good morning, and I would like to say thank you for for giving us opportunity to obtain the school license. I would like to know you guys that we don't speak English very well, so we have Aileen on the Aileen Diaz, who is our consultant. She can represent it and answers any questions. She will translate for us, okay?
Great. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Miss Eileen Diaz, did I get that right?
Yes, hi.
Maybe you could ask your clients or those that you're representing just to give us a succinct summary of their school and their key differentiators. Thank you. I'm sorry, did you catch that?
Can you hear me? Miss Aileen,
Yes.
it appears that you have music playing on the background. Could you please mute that? Okay, I think, Miss Aileen, we're going to turn you back on. We're muting you. It appears that there's music playing in the background when we're connecting you. If you could please either turn down the music or turn it off, we'd greatly appreciate it. We're going to unmute you again. Miss Aileen, are you able to hear us now?
Hello?
Miss Aileen?
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're here at the spa, so sorry. Okay, Brian, Carla, ¿por qué ustedes son diferentes de esta escuela?
Bueno, nosotros somos o vamos a ser diferentes porque nosotros recibimos personas todo el tiempo para trabajar con nosotros y nos hemos dado cuenta que hay una falencia grande en cuanto a la educación. Entonces, lo que queremos es no solamente dictar un curso, sino también que la parte teórica sea tan buena que las personas salgan bien preparadas y puedan ir a trabajar a los spas de manera correcta y profesional.
Okay.
Are they still on the line?
Hello?
Miss Aileen, if you are in the same location as your clients are at, could you please use one phone instead of multiple phones?
Okay.
Thank you. And if you do not mind as well, we cannot have music playing in the background due to copyright issues as well. So if you will please move to a location that does not have the music in the background, we would appreciate it.
Tiene que pagar todo. La música. Pero ellos no pueden pagar ahora.
Sorry about that, guys. Give us 2 seconds, please. We're trying to fix it.
Sure, we could potentially move to number 8 and tag number 7 at the end of this section while they sort that out.
I think that's advisable. What would be the proper procedure for that?
You just simply move to the next institution and we will return to this institution, number 7, at the end of the section.
Okay. So we will proceed to the next institution and return to Minic Academy at the end of this section to give them an opportunity to better situate themselves in a proper context for answering our questions. Thank you. So we're moving on to Ocean Point Dental Academy of North Florida, number 7763. If there's anyone present from that institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Commissioners, we have the staff recommendation. Is there any discussion? Is there any public comment? All right. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. First and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Next on the agenda is R&V Education and Training Services, number 13198. If there's anyone present from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Dimitri Marcelin. I am the program director and co-owner of R&V Education and Training Services.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the call with you?
No, I'm by myself. The other two owners, they are watching over YouTube. They are watching on YouTube.
Great. All right. Well, we send our greetings to both of them. Could you please tell us a little bit about your institution and your key differentiators?
Yes. So Rachel, R&D stands for Rachel, Mary, and Dimitri. We are three nurses. We're all nurses. We've been in the nursing field for quite some times. And way before COVID, we used to want to have a CNE prep program that we stopped during COVID, barely no business. And we have, very strong presence in the community. We've been working places, and we help staff some nursing home, skilled nursing facilities. And we realized that there is a lack of proper training, and we've been asked by many employers, say, why don't you guys come back? Because the people we used to help them with were good, they were properly trained, and we've been asked. And this time when we come back, that's when we say, because we look at Naples, in Naples, Florida, it is a wealthy town. And, sometimes even in the private home, we've seen a lot of, poorly trained HHAs and CNAs. We've seen that. And this time coming back, so we sat down together, and for my manager, I had, she actually was the one who said, well, if you want to come back, don't come back as CNA prep, just do it the proper way and become a fully school, because in this town, in Collier County, besides, aside from Lorenzo Walker, there's no other fully approved school in Naples. So we probably will be the only one after Lorenzo Walker. So that's what we aim at. So we want to provide the best. And especially, when you go to a home of, somebody who's paying a lot of money to have an HHA or CNA in their house and not being happily satisfied with the service. So that concerns us. So we want to make sure we step in and we help the community by doing so. That's why we want to come back with R&D Education and Training Services.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that background and context. A quick kind of formal question. Have you reviewed the staff recommendation as provided, and do you understand everything that is requested there?
Yes, and they were submitted last week, on Thursday last week. We sent them back.
Great. The commission, there's a lag effect where we don't get things kind of in real time. So we appreciate that. Commissioners, is there any discussion?
No.
Okay. Is there any public comment? All right, hearing none. Do I have a motion to adopt the staff recommendation as provided?
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much. I would like also to take a moment to thank Mrs. Davis, Charity Davis, for ongoing support. I mean, we will not be able to make it without her. I mean, sometimes we bother her a lot, I know, but she's been patient with us. She's good. She is really good. So we want to thank her, and we want to thank Mrs. Sherry and our CPA. It's been a long journey. It's been a lot of work, but we did it. So we thank God and we're grateful. So we are going to be able to help our community. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. All right, next on the agenda is Sean's Institute number 12822. Anyone is present from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Sana Phils. I am the president of Sons Institute, also the nursing director of Sun Institute. I have with me Alicia, that is also the vice president of Sun Institute. I'll let her introduce herself, and I also have my secretary, William Belizer, here.
Yes, hello. My name is Alicia Fields. I am the vice president. Nice to meet you guys.
Yes, my name is I am the secretary of Miss Sana Fields for Sons Institute. My name is Miss Willeen Belizer.
Thank you for joining us and welcome. Maybe you could tell us just a brief bit about your school and your key differentiators.
Yes, so our school is a PN and an HHA program. And what differentiates us from other schools is that we explain our lessons with clarity and use everyday life situations to help students connect with our learning. We also quiz the students by asking them questions that encourage knowledge and helps us understand if they learn the material or not. And we also ask students to talk to us at the end of the class if they don't understand the material and arrange a personal time to assist them personally.
And we also provide small classroom groups ratios. We also provide after-school group cohorts and also Facebook groups so students can feel like they can connect with each other and learn from each other as well.
And that's what we have to, that's what we plan to provide in the future, because we haven't had the school yet, and we're praying that we do receive the permission to start.
Great. Well, thank you for that. So I believe there are some questions here. Perhaps I can defer to my fellow commissioners here, but the areas of inquiry, just to kind of recall our discussions during the January 2025 meeting related to the budget form 606. It appears that page 53 reflected much higher expenses than were on the budget form. And I believe Commissioner Caballero made the observation that the cash flow did not transact to the cash on the balance sheet. And so perhaps you could specify those questions and lead a discussion with the institution.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Phils, for being on the call. The financial statements in format are correct. It's just the figures do not agree, mathematically or rolling forward from one statement to the other. So without disclosing any figures, if we just go to the income statement, if you take your revenues less your expenses, that should equal your net income, and it does not. Mathematically, it's completely off. Likewise, if you follow that statement, it says there that the members' equity on that statement is a certain amount, which does not agree with the balance sheet. And likewise, in the statement of cash flow, you take all the operations in the statement of cash flows, mathematically, it does not agree with what's disclosed on the balance sheet. So there's notes to the financial statements, and there's appears to be a proper compilation report, but the financial statements do not agree. And again, mathematically.
Yes, we fully understand that, and as was asked of us, we had submitted a clerk order with all the financial revisions that we had adjusted according to your requirements. If you could tell me personally one particular thing that you see that doesn't has no justification, so that I can justify it on this meeting, please.
Okay, sure. So I'm allowed to disclose, counsel, am I allowed to disclose numbers if
You are.
Okay. For example, if you look on the statement of income, right, it says that you have total revenues of 110,984.
Oh, yes.
Then you have total expenses of 66,002, which should give you a net income of 44,382. But you have here net income of 70,000.
Okay.
So just mathematically, your revenue, so what the company is bringing in, less your expenses, what the company is dispersing, does not equal mathematically what it should equal.
Yes. That okay. So how we got that figure is because we got the net income as the result of subtracting the total expenses from the total revenue, and that was the amount that we have to provide a measure of the company's profitability for the year. And this was calculated in accordance with GAAP's income recognition guidelines to ensure that the profit figure is accurate and reliable. But if it's something that needs to be changed, we can happily change it to suit your needs.
It's not that it needs to be changed, it's just not mathematically correct, I guess.
Okay. We do understand that. A simple error, and we're a simple error.
Commissioner Caballero, I know this is a compilation. Do you have concerns about the veracity of this compilation? I mean, I think most of these are prepared in software that does that math for you.
Correct. And even there was a summary that was provided, I guess, trying to extrapolate more information on the financial statements. And that just led to even more questions because it stated, it goes down and it states that there's liabilities of $5,000 if you go through to the explanation that you provided in the clerk order. But again, on the balance sheet, there are no liabilities. So I don't, again, it doesn't tie, the same thing. Equity saying here that equity is 63,502, equity at the end of the year, but if you go to the balance sheet, it's 79,968. So where's the, personally, I'm looking at this from a bird's eye view. I wouldn't be able to rely on these financial statements because mathematically they just don't agree. They don't add or subtract.
Can we get some clarification as to whether this financial statement in its entirety was completed by the CPA?
Yes, it was completed by the CPA. It's a surprise to me also that it's not mathematically correct. And it is something that I will have to discuss with the CPA that did the financial statement.
Did the institution make any changes to this document after the CPA signed and completed it?
No, the institution did not make any changes to the document. It was left just as the CPA had done it or had completed it.
Counselor, are we potentially discussing a delay for the opportunity to verify the financial statements directly with the signed off CPA, as Commissioner Caballero noted?
So it sounds to me, this school, I'm advised, has already been issued a licensure delay by this commission. But it sounds to me that given the concerns over the financial statement, and that's certainly a prerequisite for licensure, it looks to me that the commission's inclination might be to vote to deny the application. However, if the institution waives its right to a decision on this license, which it would otherwise be entitled to, we could put it off to the next meeting and reconsider it after submission of new financial statements, perhaps preferably by a different CPA.
Would a denial of that provide for us still the opportunity to validate the veracity of what was submitted to the commission?
I mean, conceivably, but it would be a waste of our time. So I think...
So my point is a delay might be more prudent because we can understand, the answers to Commissioner Caballero's questions. Otherwise, we are dropping a discussion of the issue.
Essentially.
Yeah.
And then also one last clarification: if they have revenues of over 100,000, shouldn't it be their review? Am I correct in that? If it's revenues over 100,000, it needs to be a review instead of just a compiled financial statement?
Could you please say that louder? Because I only heard a part of it.
Well, no, I just want to get clarification. I know that there's a threshold that if revenues exceed a certain amount, that you need an additional level of assurance. Instead of a compilation, you might need a review. I just want counsel. I apologize. I don't know that off the top of my head, what that threshold is.
Commissioner, since this is a first provisional license, they may provide a compilation for the business, and then they also have to provide a financial of their controlling principles. So once they are an active corporation, then if their tuition revenue is over $100,000 for the year, then that triggers the next set of financial requirements.
Thank you, Director.
So just so we're clear, this commission cannot at this time issue a licensure delay because one has already been issued for this institution. So either the commission has to vote on the application as is, including with the financials as is, or the school can voluntarily waive its 90-day rights and be placed on the next meeting.
I would ask please to reconsider, because we work so hard on this. We've been working in it since 2021. So we would like to for you guys to please give us a chance to prove that, and then so please do not just decline our application.
Is that a request to waive the right to a decision? Okay.
Yes.
The ball's back in your hand, commissioners.
Okay, so it appears that we will have to delineate the explanations and documents that we would like produced before the next commission meeting.
Chair, can I ask one more question here before we wrap this one up? I just wanted to ask about the explanation for sufficient resources. It says a capital budget of $250,000 will be allocated for acquiring equipment such as simulation mannequins, laboratory tools, et cetera, et cetera. Where is that $250,000 coming from?
This is what we're planning in the future, because we don't have a school yet. So as a plan in the future, depend on what we make in the future, and then we can adjust that, because we don't have a school yet. Oh, as a program. I mean, we don't have a program yet. So that's the future.
Right, but the PN program, and I'm not as familiar with the other program, but the PN program, those skills labs comes up right away. And so if you don't have that preparation, the appropriate equipment, it's kind of you're not really prepared to offer that program.
Sir, I'm a nurse, and I'm also a teacher. I taught before. I've been teaching since I was like 23 years old. And then so I know what required, and I have most of the requirements what we need to begin. I have that. I have the supplies. I have the clinical supplies prepared. And then just certain stuff that I don't have yet, like a human mannequins, stuff like that costs a lot of money that we're planning to have in the future. But most of the thing that we needed is already there because I'm a nurse and I teach.
And the reason why we haven't spent the money, because we do have money set aside for it, but the reason why we haven't spent it is because we want to wait until the school is actually approved before we spend. I mean, if the program is denied and we spend the money, then it will just be a loss. We want to wait until the school is approved, and then we can set in order to spend the money on the necessary additional equipments.
And you have $70,000 of working capital, and your spread of expenses and projected expenses and revenue is pretty narrow. So where's the cash going to come from to make those purchases?
Well, we have already set out cash reserves. We have a separate account for that, and that is to be our backup when we do not have the required, when this program is not giving the money, so that when to cover operational costs, to support emergency adjustments, and to allow for strategic expansion without disrupting the core budget. So this would help us to purchase more lab supplies and allocate the contingency funds to accommodate the growth without compromising the quality of education.
Okay, so you do have another fund source.
Yes.
Can you, as a contingency, can we ask for just a list of supplies that you already have available, and which supplies you plan on purchasing throughout the program?
Yes, you may. We have what we plan on purchasing. We have we like to purchase textbook materials, but in bulk form, so that we can buy them at market price, but at a lower per cost with vendors. And that will reduce cost significantly for us. And then we'll buy textbooks and equipment from textbook publishers and equipment suppliers who provide special pricing for schools that are not available to individual buyers. And we'll use this method to ensure that the institution saves money while ensuring that students get the required materials that they need. We already have human mannequin. We have for maternity, we already have the baby mannequin. We already have anatomy models. We also have all the equipment as in the bed, the IV pole, G-tube, the G-tube.
So can
and
you?
Then we have
and I think
many things. We have many things. And so we have med carts, all that stuff to help us with the supplies. And then we also have the stand as in we have the fast card.
And we have
Commissioner Cross, is there a standard list that is required for those PN programs that could be compared side by side by what they sent us? Is that what you're asking?
I've asked just for a list and receipts or donations, however they acquire the equipment that they're referring to, because they mentioned $250,000, and that's it's expensive to run a nursing program, and that's real. But if they have some of the equipment, it makes me feel better knowing that they already have a one step ahead. But we don't see that list in the documents here, so I was just seeing if we could add a contingency for that list.
It sounded like you were concerned about the cost associated between the delta of what exists and what is required.
I was concerned about where the funds were coming from.
Right, the cost of that compared to capital, yes.
And it sounds like there's another funding source that's beyond the $70,000, and that.
Yes, we have personal accounts that we planning to use in case if we have to, and that we put that aside. And if we have to use that, we will.
And so if they already have equipment and then they have a plan to acquire more equipment as they proceed, that's fine, but it'd be good, it'd be prudent on us to have a list of what they do have available for their program.
We can make that possible to give you a list of everything that we have. It's no problem at all.
So that's what I'm asking the chair for, if we could, and the director, if we could add a contingency for that list.
Could I ask a clarification here? It seems that given the context of the discussion, it would be optimal to classify the equipment into 3 types and to ask for it to be stipulated as such. First type being equipment already purchased or owned, and documenting the value sources of those. 2, equipment pending purchase and required for operation of the program. So that's the gap of what still would need to be invested in order to operate the program successfully, but which has yet to be purchased in order to ensure that the amount of funding available or planned can cover that gap. And then 3rd could be, aspirational for kind of growth, which I think aligns with some of the description that they gave in their business plan, which, as we heard, is an aspirational target for investment upon, future growth and scaling, but might not be what is planned for, initial launch or required for initial provision of the program.
That sounds good.
Okay. So could I defer to legal counsel to find the appropriate request here regarding the various contingencies that have been discussed, which I presuppose require a reissuance of several financial statements here and forms, as well as what we just discussed.
Sure. So if the inclination is in fact not to vote on the pending application, the motion then is going to be for an order ordering the institution, while its application is still pending, to no later than May 5th produce to the commission a list of supplies in that tripartite division that you indicated. Order the institution to appear in person at the commission meeting on May 30th, and also order the institution to submit an updated financial statement with the correct math.
Okay.
Do you think, Madam, that you can have all that accomplished by May 5th at the latest?
Sure. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any further discussion among the commissioners? No? Any public comment? Can I have a motion to for the recommendation as just stated?
Some.
First and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. We will see you soon and look forward to receiving those documents.
We as well.
Yes. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet
Nice to meet you. And a quick note here, I was just looking at the explanation in the financial document, and there's a part there that looks mysteriously encrypted, and it's a raw markdown format that is the default output from ChatGPT, for instance. You may want to find a way to convert the latex formulas that are there into actual formula format. There are a lot of plugins and ways of doing that, but that's the proper thing to look for in order to render it in a proper format for these documents. Just a quick note for your edification. Thank you again, and I look forward to seeing you soon. All right, next on the list is South Florida Academy of Air Conditioning, number 13001. If there's anyone from the institution present, please raise your digital hand, unmute yourself, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Can you hear me, Commissioner?
Dan?
Great. My name is Garrett Adam Ross. I'm the Executive Director of South Florida Academy of Air Conditioning. Allison Ross, our Director of Admissions, is dialing in separately, and we're happy to be here.
Great. And we're glad that you're here as well. Maybe you could just tell us a little bit about your organization.
Of course. So we are a technical school that focuses in air conditioning repair service. We have been existing in our current location in Fort Lauderdale for our current institution since 2010. And it's taken us 15 years, but we're finally ready to open up our next location, which will be in Tampa, which we're very excited about. So we continue to expect to deliver the same quality of curriculum and outcomes that we have in the past. And we're doing so with minimal changes to the catalog and to the curriculum, if any, really, as we roll this out into Tampa so that we can serve more students.
Great. Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion?
Chair, I was gonna say, I think it's good timing. Summer's coming, right? And I have often said, and I just want you guys to make us feel comfortable about the fact that the third location is like 5 times the work, just because the work and the frenzy and the customer service associated with multi-unit operation is often exponential relative to your geographic footprint. So you guys feel prepared from an infrastructure and internal shared services team to take on what I'm confident would be a onslaught of customers there in Tampa?
Yep. I've been waiting my whole life for this opportunity, and I'm confident, and we are good to go.
Okay. Awesome.
All right, great. Any public comment? Hearing none, to have a motion to adopt staff recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
First and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great, the motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next on the agenda is Star CDL Academy, number 13274. Is anyone from the institution on the call? Please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti.
Good morning. My name is Boris Stivelman. I am the owner of the school. The training center, sorry.
Thank you, and welcome. I just want to make sure that you saw the staff recommendation and everything is clear as far as what's requested.
Yes, sir, commissioners.
Fantastic. And maybe you could just tell us a little bit about your school and your key differentiator.
Yes, we are family training center. We are military family. We are immigrants. I'm originally from the Soviet Union, and I was in Israel, the instructor in the testing facility. My son was the military United States. He's the veteran right now. He also was the instructor in the military, United States military. We are truck driver in the past. And we decided to open training center to help to our community and the whole immigrants. Our goal, the safety on the roads, and to give the proper knowledge to our community.
Thank you for sharing that. Commissioners, any discussion?
I was going to say congratulations on being here and living what I consider to be the American dream, sir, self-employment, and proud to see you create this entrepreneurial effort, sorely needed. I'd ask Commissioner Caballero to help clarify. I have a question. The exhibit notes that the $742,000 negative in working capital was due to depreciation, and I'm not confident. I think they're conflating retained earnings with working capital, because in the exhibit it says it was due to depreciation, but unless I'm incorrect, which happens several times a day, depreciation would not be contemplated within the working capital line item. It's more about liquidity and cash on hand. So, Commissioner Caballero, can you help me understand that?
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah. If the licensee doesn't mind giving a second, Commissioner Caballero has way more expertise in this realm than I do. And
I'm sorry, because I'm trying to look. We're looking at the financial statements.
Yeah, the summary shows a negative $742,000 in working capital. That a request of an explanation for that was made, and the response in the exhibit that is included said that it was due to depreciation, and I think that is working capital and does not contemplate depreciation. This is not a net income number. This is a working capital liquidity number.
Well, I mean, it looks like it's just coming from accumulated earnings from the past. So it could be that since all that equipment has been heavily depreciated throughout the years, because that's probably accelerated depreciation, that there's an appearance of negative working capital coming through accumulated earnings.
So is it normal, and I'm asking this for my own edification so we don't misjudge the financial stability of them, to think of working capital as also retained earnings? Because I just think of working capital as how much cash on hand do you have available, which I think is the intent of that summary sheet.
Typically, working capital is equity, right, in layman's terms. So if these financial statements, would they appear to be under GAAP, it would take into account accumulated depreciations to working capital.
Yeah, I wonder if it would be helpful that we either alter that line item or add a line item that says cash on hand. So, you know what I mean? So we don't, when I'm looking at working capital, it's often confusing for us, or at least for me. Maybe everyone isn't as confused as I am by it. But you see my point there is just trying to make sure we have the cash and the resources available to maintain the program's fixed costs.
Agreed. Yeah. I mean, it's only working capital here. Because I'm thinking more of like from a federal standpoint of view, which I've had this discussion with the director in the past. Like, we have to hit composite scores, which also look at ratios, not only working capital. Because here, if I was just to look at it quickly, it's more the current ratio is concerning, right? You have current assets of X amount and current liabilities, far exceed that. That to me, is more.
Could it be a day's cash on hand, right? If it takes X amount of time and X amount of fixed costs, and that, because that's a number that better represents, I think, what we're trying to get to is
correct.
We have the cash available to be able to create revenue, right?
Correct. Right. Yeah.
Commissioner Williams, so that just so we can clarify, that document that you're looking at that is titled, I believe, email response resource explanation, dated March 4th.
Yep.
The content of that document was developed by their CPA himself, even though it's signed by Boris. The words in quotes, the verbiage in quotes, that was developed by their CPA. So I just want to make sure that the commission knows that Boris didn't write that himself. He left that to his CPA to explain, what was needed.
It sounds accurate based on what Commissioner Caballero is saying. I'm educating myself here, Counselor, to make sure that when we are assessing the liquidity of a school, we don't conflate that with an arbitrarily low number that may make you look less capable, right, than you actually are. And we're trying to figure out not just how to do this for this school, but how maybe we can avoid the conversation in the future and make that objective assessment.
Right. I just wanted to let you know where it came from.
Certainly. Yeah, absolutely. Well, fortunately, I think the math is correct on this.
And they did provide, the 2024 tax return, which, it shows they finished the year on a profitable note. And hopefully it continues to be the case.
Yeah, and I'd also like to applaud you guys for having a robust program in place here. I know you just saw a facial specialist program come through with 6 times the number of hours that other programs have attributed to the kind of training that you guys are doing. And thank you for treating that with the sort of robust programmatic structure that it requires.
All right, so are you comfortable with the staff recommendation as provided?
I am.
All right, is there any public comment on the matter? All right. Do you have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
We may have one public comment. One moment, please. Dr. Otero, it appears that it is your hand that is raised. Dr. Otero, if you would like to speak, if you will unmute your microphone, please. It appears he's lowered his hand.
Okay. So do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. And thank you.
Thank you so much to give us opportunity to be part of the education.
We appreciate your time.
And so that you guys understand the gratitude that I express for them, the catalog that was submitted to us for this goes so far as showing every week and every day and what's being covered on each of those days, which more than satisfied my apprehensions on meeting those minimums. It was a well done catalog.
You're welcome for that, Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, it's very, very helpful because it's laid out almost by the hour, and appreciate it.
Very, very succinct in how they do things. So thank you for recognizing that.
Thank you. All right, so next on the agenda, we're down to the final two, and then we'll take our break here. Next is Success Schools Florida number 13024. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Hi, it's Nancy Barsick, Success Schools Florida. I'm the president, along with Katia Francisco. I'm the teacher and head of the trainers.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. Perhaps you could tell us just a brief background about your school.
Success Schools Florida has a target market of those 18 and older. They are a entry career to dental assisting, with the hopes that it opens the doors for the graduates to go on to dental hygiene. We opened in request from dentists in the area who are looking for hygienists who have a diploma. We have an advisory board, dental assistants. We have an advisory board of 3 dentists who have helped us build the curriculum, what they need, and looking that our students will move on into the dental hygiene for a better life for their family. There's a great need of dental hygienists in the area. Dental assistants. We have been contacted by many dentists asking for it, so we built the curriculum in hopes to open a school.
Great, thank you. And have you reviewed the staff recommendations, and do you understand everything that's requested therein?
Yes.
Fantastic. Commissioners, any discussion? Is there any public comment? Well, we have staff recommendations. Can I have a motion to adopt staff recommendations as provided?
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you. We'll do our best. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last school in this section is the Cave Beauty Academy, number 13173. If there's anyone present from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Hi, my name is Lihia Marin, and I am the owner of the Cave Beauty Academy. And I'm the only one in the call.
Okay, great. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about your institution.
Okay, so I am a nail tech and full specialist for 14 years. And I also own a nail salon, and I found that a lot of techs needed training. So with that purpose, then I looked into opening a school. I want to provide techs and skincare future ones with the skills and knowledge and hands-on training needing to be ready for the workforce. Some of my differentiators are small classes. I'm also having flexible schedules for evening classes and day classes, and now a hybrid program as well, where they can do online and then practice in person.
Great, thank you. And just to clarify, have you reviewed the staff recommendations, and do you understand the request that's here?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Commissioners, any discussion? Is there any public comment? All right, hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
Thank you.
So
moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've just completed this section. I think it's
Vice Chair Stefano, we do need to go back to number 7, which is our Minic Academy LLC.
All right, great. So we will return to Minic Academy number 12962. If there is anyone from the institution on the call without music in the background, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and reintroduce the name of the owner and the translator.
Thank you. Thank you once again. Brian Casaya, CEO, and Aileen Diaz.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
So I believe we left off on me asking you for a succinct just background or summary of your institution. Perhaps Eileen could translate that for us.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, Brian and Carla wanted to open up the school because they said that they've been asked to provide good facial services because they noticed that a lot of estheticians, they go to school and they have a lot of theory, but not a lot of services and practice. And they want to make sure that their students, when they open up a school, that will be learning theory, but as well as services to become better professionals in the field of facial specialists.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion? Is there any public comment? All right, hearing none, staff recommendations have been provided. Do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendations? First.
Second.
And second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. So congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much for everything today. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, so I think now it's time for a break. Could I take the pulse and ask what would be suitable as a period? What are your recommendations?
Would all the commissioners like to take a 10-minute break? Or does anyone need longer than 10 minutes at this point?
Is anyone going to get hangry if they don't get a Snicker bar or some food here?
Agreed. And to clarify, this will not be the lunch break. This is just a miniature break. We can still break for lunch later.
Thank you. Yes.
We will not hold you hostage.
All right, so is 10 minutes sufficient or do you need 15? All right, good. So it's 11:32. Let's resume at 11:42. Thank you.
Thank you.
But in a school like those, man, that it's
Commissioner
so.
Caballero, we are now live. All right, we are back from break, commissioners, and I will turn it over to you, Vice Chair Stefato.
All right, great. So we will resume with section C on the agenda, which is applications for annual license. And institution number 6 has waived their 90 days right and will not be considered this meeting. Therefore, we will consider the 11 applications remaining in this section individually. Beginning with Allied Health Training number 12682. If there's anyone here from that institution, please raise your digital hand, introduce yourself, and or unmute yourself and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Hello, hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sasha Aristide. I'm a DNP Advanced Practice Registered Nurse. I'm the Director of Academic Affairs, as well as a nursing instructor for A1 Allied Health Training.
Hi. Good morning, commissioners. This is Dr. Hajar with Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning. This is Georgette Persona. I am the school administrator.
All right. Is that everyone on the call?
No.
No more people joining?
No.
No,
No,
okay.
I believe that's all.
Okay, great. And so here you have the staff recommendation before you. It seems pretty straightforward. You understand everything that is provided here?
Yes, we are. We do.
Okay, great. Commissioners, any discussion? Okay. Any public comment?
No, none.
Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
So,
First and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Great, the motion carries. Thank you for being here and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Everyone have a great day. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. J.
So next on the agenda is Accelerated Academy, number 12757. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Hi, my name is Keith Torres. I'm the Licensing and Compliance Manager for Accelerated Academy. I am on the call by myself, so it's just me. We are a 10-week dental assisting program with a commitment to being an affordable, convenient, and achievable option for entry-level dental assistants with expanded functions and radiology. And we have partnerships with local dentists, which help secure potential employment for our students.
Good. Thank you. Happy you're here with us. And you've seen the staff recommendation, and do you have any questions about that, or you understand everything that's been provided there?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with our recommendations. It's make sure that we have a completion of our admissions training program.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Commissioners, any discussion?
I was going to applaud you guys for, I know you've had a short history here, but what a great, our numbers trailed to 2023 and they look fantastic. I'm just curious how your 2024 turned out. Was it on the same trajectory?
Yeah, so we're doing great in Florida. We are excited about our opportunities. We've got an existing school in Tampa, Jacksonville Beach, which we're reviewing for our annual licensure, is doing well as well. We also have a provisional licensure in Tallahassee with potential new growth in Florida as well for other schools. For a previous thing, we had a question that was asked about, do we have a potential for a hybrid program? And we have that on our plans as soon as this annual licensure is granted. Hopefully, thank you. We will be submitting program changes for the hybrid program as well.
Great. Are you thinking asynchronous or synchronous? I'm thinking cohort-based.
Yeah, asynchronous. We'll have online lecture where the students will take at their own pace, and then in-person practical labs to make sure that they're gaining the skills that we're teaching them and to show that they can actually do it.
Is there any further discussion among the commissioners? Any public comment? All right. Do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
So moved.
First and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have Alpha School Passage, number 11499. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Hi, my name is Adam Driggers. I'm the owner of Alpha School Massage, and I'll be the only one speaking today.
Great, thank you. Have you had a chance to see the staff recommendation, and do you have any questions about it?
I have, and no, I don't have any questions.
Okay, perfect. Pretty straightforward here. Commissioners, any discussion? Okay, any public comment? Hearing none, do you have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have CNM Gifted Hands Healthcare Institute number 7946. If there's anyone on the call from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Hello, good morning. Candace Brown, Program Director at CNM Gifted Hands Healthcare Institute.
Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else on the call?
No.
No? Okay, thank you. You have the staff recommendation provided. Do you have any responses or questions that you would like to share with us related to the staff recommendation?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, any discussion?
I had a question about the one of the items was about how there was some CNA testers in 2023 when we didn't approve a license until 24.
Yes, I did see that recommendation from the commission, and there was initially an issue with Prometric that has since been resolved. We being a Prometric test site, and we were initially offering some tutoring prep services before that. There was some confusion as far as the students that were completing the prep program with our initial licensure from the Board of Nursing being from 2021.
So they were not CNA testers? Is that what you're saying? You were doing some other service?
Yes, previously we were offering other tutoring prep services.
Okay.
So to clarify, the CNA testers did not receive a nursing assistant diploma from your institution, as far as the ones that were testers in 2023.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I certainly look forward to the written explanation and having the chance to review it more carefully. Commissioners, any further discussion? Is there any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for your time and for being here and sharing that with us. We look forward to the documents once submitted. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is Creative Hub Academy, number 12690. If anyone is here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Hi, so my name is Ariana Kaskarova. I'm a founder at Creative Hub Academy, and I'm the president of the institution. And that's me only on the call.
Okay, great. Thank you. Did you have a chance to review the staff recommendation, and do you have any questions for us related to it?
No, I reviewed the staff recommendation, and we will correct what is required there.
Okay.
But I also want to say something which is not included. So last year we got a grant from Miami-Dade College in November, $140,000. So basically, in our first year, we did surpass the $100,000. But because the grant is paid after you complete the training, we just received. So that's why basically it will be for 2024. But it was approved, and we did start in it was approved in 2024. It's added on the financials as a note, but we received the money in 2025. That's what I want to say.
Okay. Well, congratulations on receiving the grant.
Thank you.
Executive Director, does this affect any of the formulation of any of the contingencies as provided?
It does not.
Does not. Yeah, great. Commissioners, is there any discussion? Is there any public comment? All right, hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
So moved.
Second.
First and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations, and congratulations again on the grant.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Item number 6 has been pulled from consideration, so we will proceed to item number 7, dental training for you, number 12533. If there's any representatives on the call from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Hello, good afternoon.
Go ahead, Otto.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Otto Hoffman. I'm the Director Assistant of Dental Training for You. In the call is also Corina Rincon, who is the Director of Student Services, and Ingrid Hoffman, Program Director, along with Chris Giorgetti, who is our Consultant and Advisor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We also want to let you know that Heidi Hoffman, the owner, Heidi is in Thailand right now. She's unable to get into the meeting because of the block on foreign IP addresses. So she wanted to participate, but she's unable to.
Okay. I don't know if I'm allowed to publicly suggest VPNs, but I will therefore not publicly suggest it. In any case, thank you for being here. I take it that you've seen the staff recommendations. Are there any questions or thoughts related to it?
The institution has no questions on that. We understand it. We've had discussions with staff.
All right, great. Commissioners, any discussion?
I think that note about the overseas block access has ruined my chances of doing the virtual meetings from Aruba or something similar in the future. But I'm glad to know that. It was a piece of information I was unaware of. So sorry to have missed the opportunity to engage with her, but that was a new one. Glad to know that that's a hurdle for us in the future. I know we got a lot of schools with overseas operations.
Yeah.
I have quite a few internationals, and they all seem to deal with the same issue, Commissioner Williams.
I didn't know that was an issue either.
It actually happened to me last week while I was in Costa Rica. I could not hit the CIE's website to pull down the agenda when it was posted. So same thing happened to me.
Executive Director Hurst, could you shed light on the policies relating to these constraints and whether or not VPNs would be acceptable to gain access to the CIE website or this meeting?
I can say publicly that it is the department's policy to block those IP addresses coming from from other countries in certain cases. We can look into it further, but I do believe that that is a normal process for the Florida Department of Education.
I believe that to be the case as well.
Turning to the staff recommendations, commissioners, is there any discussion? No? Is there any public comment? All right, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Commissioners.
Next on the agenda is Heritage Career Institute number 9086. If there's anyone here from the institute or institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Good afternoon. My name is Lou Benjamin. I am the campus director. With me today, I have the nursing program director, which is Mr. Muratis Moline. I have also with us the director of admission, Ms. Marjorie Padham, as well as one of our board member directors, Ms. Lindsay Lochard.
Great. Thank you for being here. Have you been able to review the staff recommendations, and do you have any feedback or questions for us?
Yes, we have. And also to note, we have already submitted the staff recommendation with the exception of us waiting to schedule our fire inspection because we just missed it since we were closed for spring break.
Great. Well, the commission receives everything in delay, so we don't have live access to recently submitted items. But thank you for that. Commissioner, is there any discussion? Is there any public comment? All right. Hearing none, they have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda is number 9, Instituto, not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, en Belleza Beauty School, number 11361. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Hello, my name is Mauro Zampronho. I am a president of the school. Good afternoon for everyone.
Good afternoon, this is Dr. Jose Otero Consulting.
Good afternoon. Is that everyone that's on the call?
Yes.
Yes. Fantastic.
Yes.
And just for clarification, could you provide the proper pronunciation of the school's name?
Instituto Embeleze Beauty School.
Embeleze. Okay, there we go. I'll remember that. Thank you. The staff recommendation is pretty straightforward. Are there any questions about this or any feedback?
No.
Okay, fantastic. Commissioners, is there any discussion? Is there any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, first, seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, and thank you.
Thank you very much, commissioners, and you have a great day.
You too. Thank you. Next on the agenda is Paralegal Institute of the Americas, number 12725. If there's anyone on the call from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. This seems pretty straightforward. Commissioners, is there any discussion related to staff recommendation or the institution? No? Is there any public comment? Okay. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Okay. Move on to number 11 on the list, Smart Dental Assisting School, number 12841. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Noelia Urena, and I'm the school director. I'm the only one in the line.
All right, great, thank you. So this seems pretty straightforward here. Have you reviewed the staff recommendation, and do you have any questions for us?
No, I do not.
Great. Commissioners, is there any discussion?
I have one question, Chair, if you don't mind. Ms. Serena, we've seen several entry-level expanded dental assistant come through, and I'm curious about the demand because I'm looking at your placement rates at 66, and can you help me understand the demand for the program and how it might be possible to obtain higher placement rates for your students?
Yes, the placement rate is like that because some of the students, one of them went to college to go and, study more for hygiene. And because that was the goal to continue. But the demand is really, really high, especially in Palm Beach County. So it's not, I know it looks like that, but the demand is really high.
Yeah, please don't take that as an indictment. I was curious the circumstance because I know when you're dealing with smaller numbers, percentages are sometimes misleading. And it looks like you guys had a successful year out of it. And I'm happy to hear demand is high for your students. I hope they're happy.
Thank you.
Could I ask the executive director a question about the placement rate?
Of course.
I was curious. Yeah, I was curious. I know, obviously, in the educational system for colleges and universities that placement is defined in a couple different ways. It's not just about employment, but it could be continuing your education. So it was mentioned that one of the students went on to pursue a degree, probably get an AS degree in dental hygiene. Would we consider that also as a placement? Because I know that's what we do in the other colleges and universities in the state.
So our placement rate, and I'll just read it because that'll give you more context for what it is. So our placement rate is a percentage determined by the following division ratio. It's the numerator shall be the number of graduates of the program in the reporting period who are employed, are in active military service, or are enrolled in another post-secondary program. And the denominator shall be the total graduates of the program in the reporting period who are available for placement. All graduates will be considered available for placement except for graduates that the institution can document are unable to work due to a medical condition, death, or incarceration, and graduates who are exempt from placement services in accordance with a paragraph C within here.
Okay. So it sounds like that's pretty consistent with how, so for example, a state college would consider placement. So if somebody gets their associate's degree from a state college and transfers to a state university, it's considered a placement. So it sounds like that's the same language.
Correct. And our placement rate is at 65% as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So I think this highlights a question for, was your name Noelle? Is that correct?
Noelia.
Noelia, okay. Does that mean that you would need to revise your placement rate calculations? Because it seems like the implication of what you were stating is that you excluded those that pursued a post-secondary degree program from the calculation, whereas the definition of, or the inclusion criteria for a placement rate actually includes those programs.
So I think that it was then my misunderstanding, because there was another one that had a leave of absence, but then she came back and she finished. So when we did the placement, I didn't include her because she had not graduated. So I don't know, because the students that we've enrolled is not a high number, so that's why it might be low. But I thought that was like the case because I did not include her because she was a leave of absence as well, but she graduated after. So it was, I don't know. And then there was another one that still had not been placed, but she got placed after. So I don't know if after I do it again, or I don't know if that, like, we cannot count that again because it's just the timing when we had to do it.
So that is an interesting question. If I may pose another question to Director Hurst, and I don't mean to pose unanswerable questions here, but it does seem that with regard to placement, the window of timing is a critical question here, right? So, at what point someone finishes the program and what the window of timing for including them within that placement value. Is it kind of cumulative over time, or is it to what, I'm assuming that, let's say someone graduates and the cutoff window for that period is a week later, the placement rate would look different than if the timing were to line up differently. Maybe you could shed some light on this.
So the timing of it can affect their placement rate. That is correct. Every so often we do have a school which will alert the commission that there is an extenuating circumstance for that their graduates either graduated very close to the cutoff time for our placement rates, and sometimes we will have institutions provide explanations for that. We give them the opportunity to do that when we're doing their calculations, especially if that would be something that would negatively affect their school. For the collection of the data, we collect the 801s on an annual basis. So we do that in the fall, and it is based on the previous the previous school year. So you will have a timing issue every so often with some of these. So you will see, I think we've seen it in the past, where we put an institution on a placement improvement plan. It was very, very low, and it was due to that timing. And then when they provided their updated report, they were able to show us that it has increased significantly because those individuals ended up being placed just a little after that gap of a window.
Fantastic, thank you. Turning back to Noelia here,
Have there been any cases where you have not included someone in your placement rate who has been placed in a post-secondary degree program and which you excluded due to a different understanding of the placement rate?
No, I thought that that was the reason why it was low. I'm not sure. But yes, I included everybody that was placed and everybody that had not, that went to to a post-secondary school.
And commissioners, just to clarify for this school as well, so we pulled up their 801 because it has been revised and we wanted to make sure it was accurate. The numbers that were on or are on the screen in front of you were at that 66. The institution is now at a 75% placement.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion from the commissioners? Is there any public comment? All right, hearing none, do you have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
Second.
First and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So next on the agenda, we have number 12, Virtue Technical Institute, number 12756. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
There is an individual on the line, but it appears that they have muted themselves. If you could unmute yourself, we would appreciate it.
Okay, am I unmuted now?
You are, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Winifred McPherson, and I am president of Virtue Technical Institute. With me is Nicole McPherson, and she is the director of education. Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Have you reviewed the staff recommendations, and do you have any thoughts or questions for us?
I did receive the recommendations, no questions. Thank you.
Is there any discussion, commissioners?
I have a quick question. I know that, Madam, the information we have trails by a year, and I only saw one enrollment in 2023. Can you tell me how 2024 was?
Yes, so for the other class, we did have 4 students enrolled. One student dropped shortly after, but 3 of them did graduate from the program. 2 of them are actively working. Well, the 3 of them went to work, but one went to school where she is working in Texas, because I did get a call for referral to ensure that she graduated from the school. So the 3 of them have been placed.
Do you feel like you're on a sustainable trajectory of enrollment after a couple of years here?
I am working on it, and we are working right now to build the enrollment that we have. We have a few things set aside, actually in the process of working with the city of Lauderhill to get a grant. And I am partnering with some ALFs and adult daycare centers, nursing homes, so that we could train their people, because everyone don't need temporary staffing. Some of them want to hire their own people, we found. So we are willing to work with them so that we could train their people and they can return, to that establishment.
Thank you for that.
Is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay.
First, seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. The motion passes. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Now we move on to section D, return to annual license. There are 4 items in the section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion to take the section by consent passes. I will now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. Staff has indicated that they would like to pull number 4. So I'd like to ask if there are any additional that any of the commissioners would like to pull. Commissioner Williams?
No additional.
Okay. Commissioner Batista?
No additions.
Okay. Commissioner Caballero?
None. No additions. Thank you.
Commissioner Cross?
None.
Okay. Are there any additional that staff would like to pull?
No additional.
Okay. I do not have any additional either. Are there any representatives from the schools or any members of the public who would like to comment on any schools not pulled? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on items 1, 2, and 3?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes and staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions. Moving to institution 4, which was pulled. We have Margate Medical Training Center, number 6261. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Coretta Waters. I'm the president of Margate Medical Training Center. Thank you for having us here, and I'm here to answer any further questions that you guys may have for me.
Thank you. Open the floor for discussion among the commissioners, and perhaps, let's open it up for discussion. Commissioners, any discussion here, particularly around the finances and the passing rate?
I think there was a requirement for a review, not a compilation, because of the revenue, if I've got that correct.
Yes, and that was corrected and sent back to you guys because the CPA had made an error, a couple of errors, because he is not necessarily a CPA that handles the institution. So he did make the corrections and it was resubmitted.
Okay, maybe perhaps it's just not in front of us here as a review.
Yes, he did. I think he did it as an audit. I think he went through as an audit, yes.
Director, are you guys in possession of that, just so we can?
It doesn't appear that we are. It looks like when we requested the updated financials that we were provided a compilation, which due to the tuition revenue that was generated from this institution that was over $100,000, it does require a review or audit for the institution. So we would like to add that as a contingency. And if
it was an audit that was actually submitted already to Mrs. Davis.
So what I would recommend is going ahead and adding that as a contingency, and then if the institution has already submitted that, that will be reviewed, and then that can be fulfilled with what they have sent, but I have not yet seen the audits to confirm its validity.
All right, any further discussion? Is there any public comment? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation with the added contingency as stated by the executive director?
I'm sorry, if I may, I would like a clarification since I'm going to have to draft this. There's mention. The remediation plan is. We have mention of a remediation plan. I have no clue what that is. It's nowhere mentioned in the comments, just randomly there.
So commissioners, just to clarify this, I've written out the requirements because there is a 604 that belongs with this financial. So we want to ensure that we get both pieces when we are getting an updated financial. So I'll be happy to read out the recommendation. So it would be grant the annual license, which shall remain active and valid through September 30th, 2025, upon the following contingencies being met. 1, submission of a financial review or audit for the institution in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles prepared by an independent CPA for the most recent fiscal period. If the financial statement reflects a negative working capital or a net loss, then the explanation of financial condition must also be submitted. This explanation should include a financial improvement plan or teach-out plan or form of surety guaranteeing that the resources are sufficient to protect the current students pursuant to Rule 6E-2.0046B1 Florida Administrative Code. 2, submission of a completed Form 604, selected financial data to accompany the financial statement pursuant to Rule 6E-2.0046D Florida Administrative Code. Delegate authority to the executive director to issue the annual license when the contingencies are timely fulfilled. Order that the contingencies must be fulfilled and all required materials received in the commission office within 90 days of the clerk's order. Order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for renewal of the license by submitting a complete application, materials, and fees, or an extension thereof no later than 120 days prior to September 30th of 2025. Order the institution to file progress reports with the Commission for the May 2025 and September 2025 Commission meetings. The report shall include an update on the outcome of implementing the strategies to increase the NCLEX pass rates contained in the remediation plan and grant the termination of the Nursing Assistant Diploma Program.
So do I have a motion to adopt the staff recommendation as just provided?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So section E of the agenda, application for extension of annual license. There are none. This brings us to section F, application for annual review or renewal. 1 second. Catch up here on my agenda. So institution number 34 has waived their 90 days rights and will not be considered at this meeting. There are 73 remaining items in this section. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion to take the section by consent passes. Staff has indicated that they would like to pull number 33. I will ask each commissioner if there are any additional institutions that they would like to pull. I'll go in the inverse order. Commissioner Cross,
There are none.
Commissioner Caballero,
Number 73.
73. Okay. Commissioner Batista,
No additions.
Commissioner Williams.
No additional.
Are there any additional that staff would like to pull?
No additional.
Okay. Are there any representatives from the schools or any members of the public who would like to comment on any schools not pulled?
Oh, we do appear to have a question. One moment, please. Mr. Gold, did you have a comment?
Sure, this is Steve Gold from the 160 Driving Academy. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Yes.
Okay. I guess my school's not getting pulled, but I just want to make a general comment on this session today and congratulate this committee because it's a role model. We operate in 44 states, and denying licensing is obviously not an easy thing to do for small companies, even companies like mine. But the rigorous discussion around ELDT, which would be confusing for a lot of states, and what a lot of nefarious providers are doing, I'm not suggesting there are any on this call, but what a lot of providers are doing are trying to bend the rules and 40 hours of training. And I just want to compliment you for sticking to the rules, both from the federal level and the state level, because some of us, including some members of this committee, invested heavily to be right and focus on safety and these kinds of issues. So they're super important to the industry. And if this is videotaped, I think we should I would like to send it to other states because you guys are really setting the bar at the right course here. So congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that comment. Appreciate it. I'm sure all the other commissioners appreciate it as well. Thank you. If there are no further comments, we have a motion to adopt staff recommendations for institutions numbered in this section 1 through 32, 35 to 72, and 74.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And the motion passes to adopt staff recommendations for the aforementioned or listed institutions. We could turn to the institutions that were pulled, beginning with number 33. Okay. Number 33 is Florida Dental Assistant Training School, number 6255. If there is anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Friends, and fellow commissioners here, I assume that you have this lengthy staff recommendation before you. Is there any discussion?
Done.
Are there any comments from the public? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as extensively provided?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Next, we'll turn to number 73.
Great.
Number 73 is USA International Health and Beauty Academy, Tampa. Number 2943. If there is anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Commissioner Caballero, is there any points of discussion that you would like to provide?
Yes, I mean, it could be a small oversight, but it's just so that the commission and the CIE has the proper documentation. It looks like their form 604 was signed by a CPA that's not eligible to sign as a CPA in the state of Florida. The audit is performed by a CPA, but whoever signed that form 604, they cannot sign off as a CPA in the state of Florida. So it could just be maybe someone else in the firm could sign that form just so that we could have the accurate and proper documentation on our end. Other than that, everything else is fine.
And Commissioner Caballero, so upon further review of that summary sheet, staff did note that 604 form was not completed by a CPA that holds a current license. So one of the contingencies, or the only contingency in here, is the resubmission of a completed form 604 to accompany the financial statement presented to the commission pursuant to Rule 60-2.00460 Florida Administrative Code. Does that satisfy your concern, that contingency?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
That was a great catch and finding, both on staff's part and on the commissioner's part. So thank you for your due diligence and work on this. Do I have a motion to, or first, are there any public comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided for number 73 in this section?
So,
second. First, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. The motion carries. Thank you. I believe that completes this section. So we move on to section G, application for license by means of accreditation. To have a motion to take this section by consent.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion to consider this section by consent carries. Next, I will ask each of you if there are any institutions that you would like to pool. Commissioner Williams.
No, sir.
Commissioner Batista.
None.
Commissioner Caballero.
None, thank you.
Commissioner Cross.
None.
Are there any that staff would like to pull?
None.
And there are none that I would like to pull either. Are there any members of the public or any of the institutions not pulled that would like to make any comments? Okay. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendations for institutions numbers 1 through 3, but 1, 2, and 3, for section G of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Thank you. This brings us to section H of the agenda, annual review of license by means of accreditation. Do I have a motion to consider this section by consent?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to consider this section by consent carries. Next, I will ask each of you if there are any that you would like to pull. We're going in the inverse order here. Commissioner Cross.
There's none.
Commissioner Caballero.
None, thank you.
Commissioner Batista.
None.
Commissioner Williams.
No, sir.
Are there any that staff would like to pull?
None.
There are none that I'd like to pull either. Are there any comments from the public or the institutions not pulled that, or is there any member of the public or of the institutions not pulled that would like to make any comments or don't have any questions? Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt staff recommendations for institutions 1 through 10 in section H?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to adopt staff recommendations for each of these institutions is passes. Carries. Thank you. This brings us to section I, application for program approvals / modifications. Find my place here in the agenda. 1 second. All right. There are 11 institutions in this section. Do you have a motion to consider them by consent?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to consider these by consent carries. Just as we've done, I will ask each of you if there are any that you would like to pull in this section. Commissioner Williams.
No, sir.
Commissioner Batista.
None.
Commissioner Caballero.
I just have to abstain myself from voting on number 5.
So we'll pull number 5.
Yeah, business owners affiliated with that institution.
Okay. Are there any others that you would like to pull?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Cross?
There are none.
All right. Are there any that staff would like to pull besides number 5?
No additional.
No additional. Okay. Are there any members of the public or any of the institutions not pulled that would like to make any comments or ask any questions? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendations for institutions 1 through 4, 6 through 11 in section I?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Okay. The motion carries. We'll turn to institution number 5, which was pulled due to need for Commissioner Caballero to abstain from voting. We have the staff recommendation before us. Commissioners, is there any discussion? Are there any representatives from this institution present at the meeting? If so, can they please raise their digital hand, unmute, and introduce themselves, their role, and anyone else on the call?
There is no one on the line.
No one on the line. Okay. Are there any comments from the public? All right. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided for institution number 5?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Okay, which brings us to Section J, motion for extension of license. Okay. There are 6 institutions in this section. Do I have a motion to consider them by consent?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to consider these by consent carries. Next, I'll ask each of you if there are any that you would like to pull. Commissioner Cross.
There are none.
Commissioner Caballero.
None, thank you.
Commissioner Batista.
None.
Commissioner Williams.
No, sir.
Are there any that staff would like to pull?
None.
There are none that I would like to pull either. Are there any members of the public or representatives from the institutions not pulled that would like to make any comments or pose any questions?
There does appear to be an individual on the line.
Hello, my name is Juan Carlos Landezabal, and I am the owner of International Institute of Education. We had a little mishap with our application. We're under a provisional license right now, and we've been accredited. And I really was trying to see how we can get our annual license. So the motion for extension will keep me in the provisional. And we're also ready to apply for Title IV. So if we can get into the docket for May, where we can show and see if we could change the status of our license, I would really, really appreciate it, because I don't want another year with provisional license if you allow me to present it in May. Thank you.
So, Commissioners, it does appear that the recommendation in front of you for number 3 is granting the extension of their provisional license through May 31st, 2025, and with the fee, the associated fee that goes along with that request. The institution has submitted an application March 6th, 2025. So we will review that as quickly as we can. I cannot promise you that you will be on the May meeting, but we will review it as quickly as we can. And staff will be in contact with you regarding that application.
Right, but our first application was somehow lost in the mayhem, but we did file in time, as all other institutions. It just happened that we didn't get it to the January meeting because they couldn't find my application. So that's when we started to reapply for an extension. But my original application was sent to the state. We have all the paperwork, we have the tracking, we have everything. They just didn't get it. Somehow it got lost. We're not blaming anybody. These things happen. But I would seriously appreciate if I get an opportunity to bring my director of education and my CPA so we can explain everything what's going on and see if we can have a transfer of provisional to annual, because it would be to the best interest of our business right now, of our educational system.
And just a point of clarification, when you submitted the first lost application, was that emailed to the commission or mailed?
It was mailed and it was emailed. Both.
It was mailed
hard
and emailed?
copy and email.
Okay, so if you can forward me the email that went for that first application, and then like I said, we are in possession of the application. It looks like on our side, the one that we're looking at came in March 6th. So we will do our absolute best to get you on that
Thank you for
May
your consideration.
You're welcome. But go ahead and send me your email of when you sent that first application and send it to me directly. And then we will work on your March application.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And we have one more individual on the line, Commissioners.
Hello, I'm Cindy Ann Echeverry. I'm with Juan Carlos, not physically, but I am the Director of Education for International Institute. I just wanted to make sure that that we were clear about what had happened. The monies the cashier's check were sent and they were cashed. But initially when we applied, since we had gotten accredited, we applied for an accreditation to be licensed through accreditation. I think that's where the confusion therein lies. But now all of the documents have been submitted for just a regular annual license without the accreditation component. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody, understood and
no problem.
Preface the story.
So just to clarify, the first one that you sent was a license by means of accreditation application, and that was an error that it wasn't supposed to be an LBMA. So then you sent the annual one March 6th.
Well, so we were under the impression that we could have applied, but then we were told you're not supposed to apply for the accreditation because you haven't been accredited for 3 years. But then we were told, yes, you could apply because that's not correct. But then at that point, we were like, okay, you know what? Let's just go for what we know, what we've done. We've never had an issue with the annual, so let's just do the annual. And that's what you see that we resubmitted in March. But the funds for the renewal that we sent with the initial application for accreditation or with accreditation was done, in a timely manner, and the funds were sent in as well. So I just wanted to make sure that was on the record.
No, I appreciate that. And the reason why your LBMA, I'm sorry if there was confusion going back and forth between that application of it getting sent back, sent to us. The reason why you weren't eligible for that LBMA is because we don't actually have your accreditation on record right now, and we have to have that on record to be able to process that LBMA request. So we'll be happy to process your annual application that came in March. And like I said, staff will work with your institution in order to get your 30-day deficiency letter and any applicable information that needs to be placed in front of the commissioners for consideration. I will say we will do our best to get this completed for the May meeting, but just please be aware that because we are going to be on a very tight time frame, your responsiveness to the licensure when we send out that 30-day deficiency letter, your responsiveness to that will be a key component to this.
That's perfect. It's understood. Ms. Charity Davis has been great. We've been corresponding, so anything that she sent us, we've sent back to her. So I don't foresee a problem. I try to be as responsive as possible. I appreciate everybody. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You have a good weekend as well.
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you. So do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for institutions 1 through 6?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to adopt staff recommendation carries. Thank you. Section K, motion for request for extension of time to comply with contingencies. There are no schools provided. And that brings us to section L. At this point, I'd like to ask if there is some consensus around taking a lunch break at this time and then returning for the substantive change approval.
Vice Chair, I'd like to note that I've got a 1:30 conflict. So if we take a break now, I'm totally good with that. I'm just not going to make it back. So you guys enjoy your lunch. Are we still going to have quorum, Director, if I'm unable to make it back?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Thank you for understanding. I know everyone's hungry. We'll get it done. And without me, as it were. So thank you for understanding.
Director Hurst, is that the preference of the staff? I want to be sensitive to the needs and preferences of all of us involved.
I believe staff would appreciate a lunch break. I'm hearing some rumbling stomachs and maybe my own, but they would appreciate a lunch break.
Okay, that sounds good. What do you suggest is the appropriate time for the break?
Are all commissioners comfortable with 1 hour? And we come back at 2 p.m.?
Okay. Sounds good. So we will take a pause here and we will resume at 2 p.m. with section L, substantive change approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We have returned from break, and I will turn it back over to Vice Chair Stefano to continue the meeting.
Right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a good lunch and that we're all awake and ready to continue here with Section L, Substantive Change Approval. This is a consent section, and we have an additional school that was added, number 8 here. Do I have a motion to consider this section by consent?
Summon.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries to consider this section by consent. I see here that staff has requested to pull institutions, all of the institutions with the exception of institution 2. Commissioners, I'll ask you if any of you would like to pull institution number 2, considering that all the others have been requested to be pulled. Commissioner Cross.
None to add.
Okay. Commissioner Caballero.
None.
Commissioner Batista.
None.
And would staff like to pull number 2 as well?
No additional.
Okay, and I have none additional. Are there any members of the public or representatives from institution number 2, which has not been pulled, that has any questions or would like to make any comments?
There is no comment.
May I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for institution number 2?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, so staff recommendation for institution number 2 carries. Now we'll turn to the remaining institutions and consider them serially. Beginning with Brevard Nursing Academy number 5973. If there are any representatives from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Good afternoon. This is Bill Atkinson, President, Brevard Nursing Academy.
Chris Giorgetti, Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti Educational Consultants.
Great. Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else on the call?
No, sir.
Okay. You have before you the staff recommendation. Do you have any feedback or questions for us that we should consider?
No, sir. Staff recommendations were on point, fully understood.
Okay. Commissioners, is there any discussions?
I just said, just for clarification, I just want to make sure I fully understand. So you are changing your focus from being a nursing academy to more of a technical institute? Are you
Correct.
still going to be offering a nursing program in addition, or are you sunsetting?
Yes, we are going to continue to offer the current programs. We are adding additional programs, expanding our program offerings.
Are there any comments from members of the public? All right, so do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation for this institution?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Good luck on this expanded scope and purpose. We look forward to hearing from you in the future.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Next on our list is number 3 of this section, DOXA, or Glory Academy. For the record, I mean, it's called DOXA Academy. Doxa means glory in Greek. Number 6051.
there's anyone from this institution available, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Angeline Diogini. I am the president of DOA Academy.
Great. Nice to meet you. Or to have you here. Is there anyone else on the call?
No, just me.
Great. You have staff recommendation before you. Do you have any questions or feedback regarding the staff recommendation that we should consider?
No, sir.
Okay, and you understand everything that's been presented there?
Yes, I discussed it with Ms. Davis.
All right, perfect. Commissioners, is there any discussion?
Chair, I'd like to just ask a question. See what the update is for their first few months of the year. How's the pass rates going for them?
It's expected to come out at the end of the month. I expect it to be better because we had a few students pass, and I'm also out we did much better with the CNA as well. So I checked earlier, they are not out yet, but they should be out hopefully soon.
So in the are you the nursing leader or are you the owner or operator?
I'm the owner.
Do you have a nursing leader?
Yes, I do. She's not available today.
I'm just asking because I know that every nurse leader I work with, we know the results before they come out and published, every single one of them. And so I'm, knowing that you're on probation, it'd be really good for you to know exactly where you stand, on a day-to-day basis. If you're not getting that information from your nurse leadership or academic leadership, it'd be good for you to know that information before it gets published.
Yes, we can email the director and get the result, which I will do as well, and have Miss Fargo do that as well.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily asking, but I just when you're on probation, I know I would be asking every hour what our numbers are and where the student's supported. So I just expect that level of knowledge and knowing your business. So it's not required. You don't have to know it. It's going to be published, but I would expect that you'd want to know it and exactly where you stand, so you can make modifications and do better if you need to, or hey, you celebrate the success and the changes that you've made. It's just good information for you to have. That was all, Chair.
And great advice as well. Are there any further comments?
I just had a question on what were the remediations that were being put in place to help increase the passage rate? What are your plans?
We are implementing, we are working with ATI from the start now. Instead of having 6 hours of class, we're also dedicating sometimes towards the end, working on NCLEX questions. And we also dedicate 2 to 3 months at the end as an intense NCLEX review to make sure the students are better prepared. We have also increased our exit from 900 to 1,000 to make sure that before they go take the test, they are really ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just comment that in at least my tenure on this commission, the single factor that seems to be most highly correlated with improved outcomes is change in admission criteria. That's just an observation, but I just thought I'd share that for your consideration and deliberation.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion, commissioners? No? Are there any comments from the public? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for your time and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Have a good weekend all.
All right, take care. Thank you. Next on our agenda is Education Institute of Tampa family, number 12577. If there's anyone here from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Commissioners, I know that there was negative working capital and negative net income here. Is there any further discussion regarding staff recommendations for this institution?
Yep.
Okay. Is there any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided? Need the first list.
So.
Okay, I think we have a first and a second there. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No, the motion carries. Thank you. Next is number 5 of this section, Prestige Health and Beauty Sciences Academy. Number 3450. If there's anyone from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Good afternoon. My name is Edward Goitman. I am a regulation, licensure, accreditation officer at Prestige Health and Beauty Academy. With me here is Mr. Simon Doibin, who is the CEO, and Mr. Valery Siravatsky, who is one of the owners.
Thank you for all of you being here. I assume that you've had a chance to review the staff recommendation, which the primary basis of this is financial soundness related to the negative net income and negative working capital. Perhaps you could describe to us the situation and what your plans are in order to put yourself in a better financial position and to make your organization more sustainable.
Well, we kind of in a precarious situation because our school officer from CIE was Ms. Cheryl Miller. And we've been dealing with numerous applications since 2023, for 2 years. And we couldn't get the change of ownership approved. Finally, then Mr. DeSalvo did something. And one of the commissioners in the previous school review for, I believe, one of the driving academy, raised the question that negative working capital could be mitigated. We have, in our financial statement, we have a $56,000 depreciation charge, which certainly overrides the $21,000 in negative capital. We also have cash on hand, according to our audited financial, we have cash in hand of $41,000 at the end of the year, which is increased from previous year. I sent numerous emails, first to Ms. Miller, then to Mr. DeSalvo, and this, the latest one we got, Victor, who sent me this staff recommendation. We had numerous emails telling them that the owners are ready to put any kind of financial guarantees because they do have quite a bit of liquid capital. And at this point, I believe, and Mr. Strawowski, correct me if I'm wrong, that you established an account in the school's name with quite a bit of money reserved, correct? Yeah. How much money did you put in there? I didn't. What do you have approximately now?
How much we can do?
No. How much did you plan to put in? How much did you put in that account already?
About 150.
150. So we have now $150,000 in additional cash in the school's reserve account. They're also ready to provide any kind of personal guarantees. So we would like to appeal to the commission not to put us on provisional license, because we've been sending so many applications we had pending for additional new programs that were approved by our accrediting agency. It's pending since November 2013, and I was assured at that time by Ms. Miller that you're going to do it in-house. Nothing ever happened. I understand there was, those things happen, but we kind of feel like we fell through the cracks with the commission. And what we'd like to do is, we can put together a interim financial statement that's not going to be audited as of March 31st and submit it to you as soon as possible. Definitely, we would like perhaps to get on May meeting. I know it's hard because your agenda is very tight. We can do, kind of compilation by CPAs. We can't do audited because audit takes 3 or 4 months. And again, we can send updated, show you that we have money in the account, and any kind of financial guarantees that you may require, the commission may require, we can submit. I would also like to mention that our latest financial statement has a U.S. Department of Education requirement of financial stability. Our composite score is 1.7. As one of the commissioners mentioned, that perhaps maybe you could consider that. And the latest, based on all those financials and everything, we had the reaffirmation visit from COE in June of last year. We got reaccredited for 6 years, which is maximum that they grant. Perhaps the commissioners could consider all that and, don't put us on provisional license, maybe move us somewhere, hopefully for May, if not to July, and give us time to submit whatever you may require to assure that the institution is financially sound. Also, we submitted the business plan, and it shows whatever projected profits is. Unadjusted, I just ran from our QuickBooks. Our profit is close for 9 months is going to be close to $300,000. I mean, we can submit all that. I'm done for now. If you don't have any more, if you have any more questions to me or other president.
Commissioner
I know I
Caballero,
put a lot.
could
I put a lot on
ask
you,
for
but
your expertise on these matters, perhaps, to help navigate this conversation?
okay. You asking me? Or-
No, I was asking Commissioner Caballero if, given his expertise, if he could perhaps weigh in on your.
I mean, with regards, they have submitted that they're turning around the profitable, but I think the real question is if we could do what he's asking, you know, of council or the executive director. Would it be similar to the earlier situation where we tabled making this decision until May instead of putting them on provisional to give them a full annual review? Because I mean, it appears that they have submitted a plan to demonstrate financial soundness, and the owner has put up additional capital. I just don't know if we could on the table.
Commissioners, just as a question related to this, because I know you're debating whether to move them to the May meeting, what would you like to see from the institution by the May meeting, and would they be able to provide that to you? Are you asking for them to be able to provide an interim audited financial statement, or?
I mean, I think that what they've provided here is enough for staff recommendation. If it's, but they're saying they no longer want to be provisional. If we're going to make that determination that they're not provisional, then yeah, we'll probably need something a little bit more current to make that determination.
And just to get clarity from the institution in terms of the stakes of provisional licensure, is it your intention to add additional programs? And is that the reason why provisional licensure is deemed prohibitive, or is there another reason why you deem this route unsuitable?
Well, we currently licensed by means of accreditation. We submitted for renewal. And now you put in provisional license. We thought that substantive change would be for the commission to look at the new programs that we had approved by COE, and we put in an application back in November of 2023. And of course, going back to provisional license, you know, it's going to put institution and our students at risk. We don't know how our accreditation agency is going to react. We don't know how U.S. Department of Education is going to react with our Title IV programs in full force. That's why we really appeal to you to see if we can convince you that we are not financially unstable. And whatever you need from us, we will provide.
Your year in is June 30th?
Yes.
Yeah, because on the audit, there is a, there is a note of going concern by the CPA. So that, that adds a level of severity to the audit.
Yes, and what they requested from the owners as a personal guarantee letter with proof of funds available. And We submitted it to them because of that loss.
I know
We
that
submitted
I
it
know
to
that
them.
I know that the federal Department of Education could request you to put up a bond or a letter of credit. I don't know if the state allows that. You know, I mean, have the audited financial statements been accepted by the Department of Education?
Yes.
For the easy audit?
We just had a final.
The final audit
just
determination?
yesterday. Yeah, the final audit determination. I can email it to you. We just had it 2 days ago. They had no issues with that, neither did the accreditation agency.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, again, the concern here is the timing of this all, because there is that paragraph of a going concern that we probably will not.
Okay, we can probably procure a letter from our CPA stating that, you know, they were satisfied, I guess. Because that's what they requested, that we send them the, whatever letter they requested, we can send you a copy. Okay, he can send you a copy if you want. They definitely wouldn't give us a financial stability of 1.7 if they were concerned with that.
Yeah, I really am.
So,
I'm not.
are you referring to the composite score of 1.7?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it meets the minimum threshold as far as the composite scores go, which is a 1.5, but it shows technical compliance, but it shows financial stress. And I think that that balance of technical compliance yet showing financial stress is similar to what the current staff recommendation is trying to navigate. The challenge here is it's challenging to see what kind of information could be marshaled in such a timeline that it could be substantial information that would offset this concern prior to the next commission meeting. Not even sure what documentation that would entail. Executive Director Hurst, a question for you, if I may. Do you know how how if someone is, you know, issued a provisional license, how in past experience that might affect an institution standing with the Department of Education or Title IV funding, if at all?
So when you're moved to a provisional status with the Commission for Independent Education due to substantial substantive change, it is not considered an adverse reaction, nor would we state that it is an adverse reaction. So we have not noted any adverse reaction that is taken from other entities, such as accrediting bodies or USDOE, in reaction to our change of status for a school.
Okay. So I hope that's alleviating to you in some regard in terms of how this change in status is noted or classified.
Well, but it's still, okay, it alleviates somewhat, although with everything that is going on now, the reaction may be unpredictable. Another thing that we're concerned with is that we cannot implement any of the new programs approved, and the students are asking for it and waiting for them. So,
Director Hurst, could you clarify what the path is for the institution to return to its previous licensure status, and if there is a minimum time constraint associated with that, or if there are any means for them to accelerate that process by submitting, their paperwork?
So the current language in front of you is that we would issue a provisional license through November 30th of 2025 for this particular institution based on that negative working capital and the net loss. And then the institution would file progress reports. The institution's normal, I guess their renewal date is November of each year. So they would be requested to submit an application 120 days prior to that, and then we would hear them again at the November 2025 meeting. If they had met the financial soundness at that meeting, they would be removed from provisional and they would be granted their license by means of accreditation.
is there any way to accelerate that? Not to wait till November, because it's like, 6 months, 7 months almost.
So, commissioners, it may be that in this sense, and I'll kind of defer to the institution as well for some of these questions, you can put a clause in this language that allows the executive director to return them to their license by means of accreditation status upon the institution providing financials that demonstrate sufficient resources, which in this case would be either positive net income or positive working capital. For that, we would want them to provide us something that was completed by a CPA. So if the institution is saying that their year ends in June, dependent on how quickly they could turn around and provide us those financials that show this positive trajectory, then we could potentially move them back to their status quicker than the November meeting if they were able to get us those documents quicker than the November meeting.
Could we ask legal counsel for the right language for that staff recommendation? But prior to doing that, commissioners, I'm inclined to this resolution. Are you of accord?
Yes, and on that, Executive Director Hurst, could they provide, because I understand their concern with regards to an audit, but could they, for those purposes, could they provide a review and then a subsequent audit? Because I know that a review has a probably quicker turnaround time for the institution than an audit, or they would require an audit.
So because this institution is licensed by means of accreditation, we do require audits for them. So while they could do a review, I don't know that I would suggest that, because that would just be for the interim to get them off of provisional, and then they would still have to get a full audit, and that might not be worth the expense.
Yeah. Okay.
May I ask a question? We were thinking of providing 9 months results as of March 31st and additional, showing bank statements and stuff that shows that we have plenty of capital right now. Because audited financials, June 30, once we close, they probably won't be ready until the end of August, beginning of September, if it's audited. If we can do a 9 months compilation or review together with other documents, that we can provide much faster.
And commissioners, that goes back to what we were speaking about earlier. We could add language like that into this to allow them to return back to the status quicker. However, their renewal date is November of 2025, and in order to do that renewal, they are going to have to submit an audit.
If they wanted to incur the duplicative expense, what would be the minimum necessary or advisable level of accounting review to establish financial soundness?
Well, it looks like Executive Director Hershey said an audit, right? Because they are through means of accreditation.
So what I'm saying is if the institution was willing to submit a review, as he kind of mentioned about that 9-month mark where they get a review done by a CPA, and that shows sufficient resources, either positive income or positive working capital, we could return them to their status. But what I want to make clear to the institution, though, is when they come up for their November renewal of their license by means of accreditation status, they are going to have to submit an audit.
Got it.
So if they want
understandable.
so if they want to pay both expenses, if they want to go ahead and get a CPA to do a review now, that's perfectly fine. We can add that as a contingency to get them off of this provisional status. But I just want to make them aware that will not be sufficient for their LBMA review that is going to be due in November of 2025.
Understood.
Okay, can we submit the review by deadline of May 5th so we get on May meeting? We understand that we need audited financial for renewal in November. But just to return us to, keep us at the normal status. Can we do that?
30 days.
I think that once we add that language, Executive Director Hurst doesn't even have to, right? We don't have, they wouldn't have to go in front of the commission again to do that. It would be under her authority.
So that is correct. I mean, right now, if we added that language and gave the executive director the authority to return them to their LBMA status upon providing sufficient resources, they would not have to, you wouldn't be deferring this to the May meeting. You would just be making the decision today, going ahead and placing them on provisional status, and then giving me the authority to return to them to LBMA upon sufficient resources. The only other statement in this that would be impactful is that we are ordering the institution to file progress reports for the July and the November 2025 commission meetings to show updated financial statements. You could still leave that in there so that the institution is still providing updates throughout that time period if that would be beneficial to the commissioners to see. That is our standard language when we do have an institution for which we have concerns with financial soundness. But I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that that was also part of the current recommendation from staff.
Okay.
I certainly agree that it's advisable to maintain those progress reports.
Okay.
And I'm inclined to provide the additional stipulation that we relegate authority to Director Hurst to move them back to their previous status upon demonstration of financial soundness as stated.
Okay, the financial soundness would be by us submitted reviewed financials for 9 months?
That is correct.
Okay.
Just to reiterate, you would still need to do the audit for the November renewal.
Yeah, that we understand for renewal.
Right.
That's definitely, and that's a requirement by all regulators, not only by state, that we need to submit audited financials.
And in this case, it would need to come back before the commission since that authority would be delegated to the executive director.
I understand.
Okay. May I ask legal counsel if we should just reference the aforementioned additions to the staff recommendation, or if this should be reformulated at the table?
And commissioners, would you like me to read the alternative language that would be in front of you for this?
Please.
So we would recommend accepting the annual review for procedural purposes only, find that a sub-change in financial soundness has occurred, and issue a provisional license through November 30th, 2025, based upon negative working capital and net loss reported on the institution's June 30th, 2024 financial statements. Delegate authority to the executive director to return the institution to a license by means of accreditation through the next accreditation renewal period upon determination that the institution is in full compliance with Chapter 6E, Florida Administrative Code, and that the changes noted above have no negative impact on the institution or the students. Order the institution to file progress reports with the Commission for the July 2025 and November 2025 Commission meetings. The report shall include updated financial statements to show the effectiveness of the plan per Rule 6E-2.0046 Florida Administrative Code.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to adopt the revised and eloquently stated staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. We look forward to hearing back from you and seeing the updates. Thank you. Next on the agenda is number 6 in this section, Ruby's Academy for Health Occupations, number 2006. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. Commissioners, we have staff recommendation before us. Is there any discussion?
No.
Is there any public comment from the public or other institutions?
There is none.
Okay. Hearing none, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation?
Don't move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. The last in this section is, well, actually, no. We have a write-in. So the second to last in this section is Trinity Vocational School, number 1920. There's anyone present from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, again.
How you doing? My name is Edwin Sherfless from Trinity Vocational. I also have here Blondie Lucas, the admin for Trinity Vocational, and Michelle Mathuin, our director and professor.
Okay, and your role is?
I'm the admin, temporary admin.
Okay. Thank you for being here. So you have the staff recommendations before you.
Yes.
And you could see here the set of findings as well as the order to cease and desist and conduct an orderly closure. Are there any questions for us regarding this or points of feedback?
Yes, we actually had a few issues confusion as far as the documentation required. And it's not until we received this last notice with the exhibits on there that we saw where the problem was. The initial application that we sent back in January actually has the correct information on it for Form 604. The one that was emailed to you, which is the one that's actually on this exhibit, was from the one from the year before. And if you look at all the supporting documents of the 604, Form 604, you'll see that the dates are correct on the supporting documents. It's just when they were downloading the form from the library on the computer, they downloaded the one from last year instead of this year. But they both, the current and accurate one was submitted by mail on time, January 1st, I believe, was sent out to you guys. And we were just notified in the submission as well about the $100 check that we had sent that had not gone through, and that issue has been resolved as well. That was a banking issue with one of the cards. And we did actually try to reach out to get some clarification about, because when we were looking at the form, if you look at the one that they have in the exhibit, you'll see the date on the bottom is for December 2023, and the date on the top of collection was for December 24, which is where the confusion was. They were not looking at the date of collection, they were looking at the date it was signed, thinking that was the correct form. And when you look on the correct form that was actually mailed in, you'll see the correct date for the date information collected and the correct date for the signature line as well. And everything else had been submitted already.
Executive Director Hurst, may I ask for your assistance in navigating the network of claims regarding dates and forms and downloads and mistaken documents?
So based on our records that we have in front of us, it does not appear that we have in our possession a review or audit that was submitted for the period ending December 31st, 2023. We do have the compilation that was submitted for December 31st, 2023, but I don't see a review or audits. And that 604 form is kind of contingent upon the audit being submitted. So we don't have the Form 604 that accompanies the audit because we don't have the review or the audits. And then we still have not received the submission of the outstanding citation fees in the amount of $100. That check was returned for insufficient funds.
Yeah. So with the check that was returned, like I said, we just received that in this email that it was returned. Our bank did not notify us. They assumed it was part of the fraudulent transactions on the card. I'm sorry, the other way around. They assumed that the transactions on the card were accurate. So we have had that resolved and can make the payment at any time. For the audit, though, that one was a confusion on my part. I assumed that the supporting information that our CPA submitted was included, but had everything included in it. So that was on my, unfortunately, my side.
And Commissioners, it appears what was submitted to us is a review, but it's the fiscal year end date 12/31 of 2022, which was not what the requirement was to satisfy the clerk's order. We requested a financial review or audit for the year ending December 31st, 2023.
And that's why I have a question. The documentation that I have in my packet in front of me, everything here is submitted for 2023. The only one that I see the incorrect information is the one that was submitted to you guys by email. And that's, like I said, we did not catch that because of the two different dates on that 604 form, but all the supporting information afterwards all has the correct dates as far as the year 2023. That's if they make room. So I don't know if it's possible. If you guys still don't have it, I don't know if it's possible for us to resubmit it. Because the packet I have is complete, and the packet that was mailed into you guys should have been complete. It was just a unfortunate circumstance of not catching that date on that line.
Sir, the document in front of you that is ending on December 31st, 2023, that is in your packet, that is not in our packet, is that a compilation or review or an audit?
Compilation review.
Which one?
Or a compilation, excuse me, sorry.
Okay, so that is the one that is not sufficient. You have to submit a review or audits ending December 31st. And that's the reason that you still have this as your contingency, or that this is the reason, one of the reasons for the denial of this is that your clerk's order required you to submit a review or audit for your institution in accordance with GAAP for the period ending December 31st, 2023. And what you submitted to the commission was a compilation for the year ending December 31st, 2023, which does not satisfy the contingency of the clerk's order.
Okay. That's it.
Commissioners, is there any further discussion?
The only comment I have is based on the information provided to us. This does not look like a going concern operation based on what I see. I don't know if the other commissioners are reading something different, but I'm not sure how they're operating.
I'm sorry, could you give me some clarification? I'm confused about what you just said.
Well, you have no assets from what I'm looking. You got a lot of liabilities. I'm not sure what revenue there is. So my Executive Director Hurst, am I reading this wrong?
So if you look, all the liabilities that we have, I'm sorry, didn't mean to phrase it that way. If you look at the documentation that was submitted with it, the compilation, you'll see the breakdown on the liabilities. All the liabilities are repayments to the owners of the company who have been putting money back into the company, into Trinity Vocational since the downturn from COVID. We haven't picked up any other liabilities since, and we don't have any liabilities that's owed to anybody outside of the owners themselves. And the reason our overhead has been so low is because we're actually running our office in a split office with Trinity Trinity Healthcare Services, which is our home healthcare company. And the majority of the office is under Trinity Healthcare Services. So we have a low working cost, and most of the money that comes in outside of the profit margin goes to covering our day-to-day costs. And you can see the trend of the liability on our past documentation. It's been consistent. It's all from the same owners.
Do you have any students right now? And if so, how many?
No, we stopped. Once we received this, we stopped immediately and started going over everything that we had submitted again to see what was going on.
Okay.
On average, we have about 15 students every 3 weeks or so.
Right. Commissioners, I mean, I'm inclined to proceed with the staff recommendation as stated. And as far as the institution is concerned, I mean, it's disappointing given the extensive history that the institution has. However, presuming that the school conducts an orderly closure, that there might be the possibility to kind of learn from this and to do things, better in future ventures. Of course, this commission will take into account this history, and we'll be kind of attentive to it. But with every kind of fall or closure, there's in life there's opportunity, right? Depending on how we go about it. I know that isn't very consoling right now, but that's my inclination. But I'd like to get the sense from the other commissioners.
I would tend to agree with you.
Is there any public comment regarding this institution or anything that's been discussed? Okay. No public comment. Do you have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you for being here, and we look forward to receiving confirmation of an orderly closure. We wish you luck. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for your time.
The final institution in this section is a write-in. This would be institution number 8, Palmetto Medical Institute number 11381. If there's anyone on the call from this institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
Good afternoon. My name is Emilio Fertil, the campus director and the co-owner of the Palmetto Medical Institute.
And this is Mark Murray, legal counsel for Palmetto Medical Institute.
Thank you both for joining us. Is that everyone that's on the call?
That's all. Yes.
Great. Thank you. You give me one moment. I need to document this on a different spot. So give me 1 second to pull this up and I'll be on the same page. So you have the staff recommendation before you, and here the substantive change is connected to the placement of the institution's nursing assistant diploma program on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing. I'm hoping maybe you could shed some light on the situation and maybe what you're doing to ameliorate it.
Yeah, the school is on probation for just half point because the national average was 75.5 and Palmetto is 75. We work on it and we improved it. What we are doing now, before the exam, we do 2 review sessions. We create a group study chart for the students. So I see a lot of improvement. So I believe for now we are in a good spot now.
Commissioners? Of course, we understand that when there's a limited number of testers, that always has an impact on the score. Are there any comments from other commissioners?
No.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public? All right, without any further comments, do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
So moved.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The motion carries. We look forward to ongoing improvement for those scores. Thank you.
Right.
Okay,
Thanks, everyone.
thank you so much.
All right, so this brings us to one of the best sections here, Section M, branch campus applications. There are none. Okay. Next, we have Section N, name change. Here, there is only one institution, which we'll take individually. The Dental Assisting and Team Institute, number 7917. If there's anyone here from the institution, please raise your digital hand, unmute, and introduce yourself, your role, and anyone else on the call.
There is no one on the line.
Okay. So we see here that there is a name change to the Healthcare Assisting and Team Institute. And we have staff recommendation. Is there any discussion? No. Any public comment? No? All right. Do I have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided?
So,
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. This brings us to Section O, Agent Training Programs, and there are none. And now we arrive at Section 13 of the agenda, Final Orders. This is a consent section. Do I have a motion to consider this section by consent?
So moved.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion carries to consider this section by consent. I will now call upon each of the commissioners and staff to ask if there are any that they would like to pull. Commissioner Caballero.
No, thank you.
Commissioner Batista.
None.
Commissioner Cross.
None.
Are there any that staff would like to pull?
No further.
Okay. And there are none that I would like to pull. Are there any comments from the public or any of the institutions listed here, none of which were pulled, that you would like to share with the commission?
There's no public comment.
Okay. So do I have a motion to, actually, let's see what the right phrasing is for this section here. Is there a motion to accept the, no, sorry. So section 13 here. All right, is there a motion
I
to
would
accept?
say,
Go ahead, please.
sure, that the motion would be to accept staff recommendations on the final action for items 1 through 5, and then to delegate to the chair authority to review and sign final orders.
Okay. Do I have a motion as just stipulated?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. So now we are at section 14. Do I have a motion to consider these institutions by consent?
So moved. Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion to consider this by consent carries. Now I'll call upon each of you to see if there are any that you would like to pull. Commissioner Cross.
There are none.
Okay. Commissioner Batista.
None.
Commissioner Caballero.
None, thank you.
Are there any that staff would like to pull?
None.
There are none that I would like to pull either. Is there any public comment or comment from any of the schools listed here?
There is no comment.
Okay. So do you have a motion to adopt staff recommendation as provided for the institutions listed in this section?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Section 15 is a relatively new addition here. I'd like to ask Executive Director Hurst if she could explain this new section as it relates to institutional data accountability.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So in 2023, the Florida statute, section 1005.11, was modified to require the Commission for Independent Education to prepare an annual accountability report for all licensed institution, and it required each institution to provide data to the Commission by November 30th of each year, and granted authority to the Commission to impose an administrative fine of not more than $500 when a licensed institution failed to timely submit the required data. The Florida Administrative Code was then adopted in February 24th of 2024 to require institutions to annually submit that accountability data by November 30th via Form 801. The paragraph 6E-2.0044 of Florida Administrative Code then set the fine at $250 for the first infraction and $500 for the second or subsequent infraction, not to exceed $500 for each of the reporting period. So the institutions that are before you today, which I believe there are 90 of them, are institutions that as of March 7th, 2025, had not submitted the required data to the Commission, and therefore we are recommending the following. The first, to impose an administrative fine of $250 on each of the institutions for the failure to timely submit the accountability data required by Section 1005.11 Florida statutes and paragraph 6E-2.00410D Florida Administrative Code for the July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024 reporting period. And second, to order the institution to submit Form 801, Annual Student Data Collection for licensed institutions for the July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024 reporting period within 7 days of the clerk's order.
Thank you. So at this point, I believe the next thing in the procedure is for us to take this motion, a motion to take this section by consent. Is that correct?
That would be correct unless you want to take each 90 individually.
No, that's great. I'm still, grateful that section M and O were as short as they were. So we will, is there a motion to consider the 90 administrative fines by consent?
Motion. I'm a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. I'll now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull from these 90. Commissioner Caballero?
None, thank you.
Commissioner Batista?
None.
Commissioner Cross?
None.
Are there any staff would like to pull?
None.
Okay, none that I'd like to pull either. Are there any representatives from the schools or any members of the public who would like to comment on any school not pulled?
There is no public comment.
Okay. So is there a motion to accept staff's recommendation on items 1 through 90?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so the motion carries. Thank you. Next we have sections, let's see here, 16 through 19. Is there a motion to accept the reports for sections 16 to 19? That is the program terminations, approved applicant letters, licenses sent, and closed school reports by consent.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion to accept reports is adopted. So at this point, we have comments by the commissioners, and we can open up the floor. Prior to doing so, I'd like to for us to take a vote on the 2026 dates. I take it that everyone's had a chance to review them. Could I please have a motion to approve the proposed 2026 commission meeting dates?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion to approve the dates is adopted. So at this time, we'll take comments from the commissioners. Do any commission members have any comments to share?
No, I just want to thank the executive director and the team for all the work they do and providing us all the information. And I hope they all have a great weekend. So.
Likewise, and great job, Troy, your first time being chair.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you all for enduring this long meeting here. It wasn't easy, but I really appreciate how everyone on the call tries to preserve and say the welfare of our students, while also understanding how that is supported through thriving institutions, and that there is a strong corollary here between thriving students and thriving institutions, and we really want to see both of these working in sync. And so I really appreciate the rigor, time, commitment, and quality that each of you pour into this, and a special thank you to the director and to all the staff.
I like to echo the same thing with, appreciation for the director and the entire staff, making our jobs super, a lot easier. And just also want to congratulate you again, Stefano, for your nomination to vice chair. Well done today. And to obviously to Chair Williams for, he's been, stepping into that role informally for well over a year. And so it's nice to see him get the official baton, and he does such a great job. So just really thankful for both of you guys and your nomination. So well deserved.
Thank you. There are no additional comments. I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today. Our next meeting is scheduled for May 29th and 30th, 2025. I look forward to seeing everybody there. With no further business to come before the commission, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.